Good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors Tuesday, September 22nd meeting. This is a regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and I want to thank you all for joining us this morning. Our first item is call to order, and I just want to make sure that we have we acknowledge who from the Board of Supervisors is on the meeting today. I'm Liz Archuleta. I'm the chairwoman of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And I will acknowledge that we have Vice Chair Fowler. Could you please let us know if you're here? Okay, she should be joining shortly. Supervisor Babbitt, District 1.
Present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Supervisor Ryan, District 3.
I am certainly here.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks, District 4.
Present, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. And we will acknowledge Supervisor Fowler when she joins us.
I was just talking to her on the phone. She should be joining momentarily.
Yes, same here. So thank you very much. I'm sure she's just trying to connect, and I'm sure she'll be with us at the start of the meeting here. Why don't we go ahead and stand if you're able and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a call to the public. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the Board of Supervisors about an issue that is not on our agenda. Each member of the public has 5 minutes to be able to visit with the Board of Supervisors about an item. And if you would like to do so, if you would please let us know, and Eric Peterson will give you the instructions on how to do that. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. I do know we have one person that has registered for call to the public, but if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. You can find that button at the bottom of your Zoom screen to raise your hand, or leave us a chat or a Q&A. You can post in either one to let us know that you would like to to make a call to the public. Madam Chair, we do have a Brandon Lurie that does want to make a call to the public, and he is able to do so when you are ready.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lurie. Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, thanks for making some time for me to speak to you today. I'm calling on behalf of the Flagstaff Festival of Science, and I wanted to just let you guys know a few things. First, this is our 31st season, and this is our theme this year is the superpowers of science. And the main thing I want to get across is that you guys have been a supporter for pretty much the entire time. And thanks to your help, we're able to continue and deliver what I think is great science, entertainment, and information and inspiration for the kids of Northern Arizona and the adults who enjoy it as well. This year's special, of course, we're trying to make this pandemic safe and unique challenges, but I think we've not only met them, exceeded what was really expected. We're able to reach new audiences and provide activities that can be done safely at your home or potentially in public outside wearing masks. Some highlights I'd like to share include the W.O. Gore keynote presentation with Krista Sadler. She's a local scientist. It was informative, it was entertaining, and my take on it was that it was really great for getting kids excited about science. They see someone that's really approachable and just talking about why you do science because you love science, not just because it's some great job opportunity, for the love of it. We're handing out 750 STEAM kits, thanks to Tinkertopia, W.L. Gore, and the festival all working together. Free STEAM kits for kids to take home, including a video they can watch online with instructions. It's bridge building. It's a lot of fun. We've been working with local media companies to create a website, provide videos that are not just good for teaching science, but they're good for our local economy too. Local businesses museums like MoCAF, Pioneer Museum, and M&A have created videos that they can use for advertising and teaching and making people interested about coming to Flagstaff. And I want to specifically call out and thank you those two individuals that have really helped us. Paul Rosa and Morgan Boatman have been instrumental in getting our website and videos operational. Also, we've reached a fairly broad audience. We've had messages from as far away as China from our keynote presentation. And it's pretty exciting, something I really hadn't expected. And the last thing I want to leave you with is that even though this was a challenging year, we came into it when we said we want to make something that's really impactful and positive, but we also wanted to learn. We wanted to create something that we can use this information and make festivals better in the future. And I think we've done that, with funding from you and from other organizations. We're able to invest in infrastructure for like a web and getting access to the different events. And that's something we probably want to continue doing in the future. And lastly, all our events are free, and events that have already occurred are still on our website, and they're easy for you to watch. If you're excited about our keynote presentation, if you're excited about any of our numerous activities, just go to scifest.org and click on the links. There's live events, there's past events, and then there's downloadable events. So thank you again. Your support is very meaningful for us. And that's all I have for you.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I just wanted, what I was saying, Mr. Lurie, was just to thank you for what your contribution to the Festival of Science and to everyone. I know there's a great team of organizers and volunteers that work on this every single year. And so it sounds like a really exciting program and lineup. And if you would like to send us the lineup and the agenda as you spoke about it today, we would be happy to share it on our county website. And then I know individual board members have their own listservs and newsletters that they send e-newsletters on a weekly basis. And we'd be happy to put the schedule of events in there so that we can also help spread the word in our community since we go county-wide.
That'd be terrific. Who should I send that to?
Well, if you would send it to Eric Peterson, that would be great. I'm sure that he can put
Mr.
something.
Lurie,
in
I'll
the
chat you the
chat.
email address.
All right, thank you. I will send you our PDF of the program. Thank you so much for your support.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to the board this morning? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I am going to close the call to the public, and I'm going to now move to our next item on our agenda, which is a recognition. This is a recognition of Jennifer Wesselhoff, who has been the president and CEO of the Sedona Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Bureau since 2007. And I would like to ask Supervisor Ryan to take it from here and thank him for bringing this to the board for this recognition. Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was so excited about this moment, and just some sad news. Jennifer lost her father not too long ago, and she is unable to attend. And she sent her regrets. And I told her I'm going to keep it on the agenda because of so much that she's done for not only Sedona, but the region. She just brings this scale between she and her board that far exceeds, many chambers in the country and internationally. They've set an example. They're usually a step ahead on tourism and economic development. And Jennifer being there, she came in under Char Bertram, if I can get Char's name out, and just was under her tutelage, but she just excelled so much in her position. And so I know that we have Jennifer Perry here and we have Wendy Lipman here. And what I told Jennifer is, it's important for everything that you've done to recognize you for all the work that you've done. And I'm hoping both Jennifer and Wendy, and if anybody else is there that wishes to speak up, will have a chance. But what we did was, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I'll show you this plaque in a second. And it's a plaque, but that's okay. It's a beautiful one, and it reads, "On behalf of Coconino County, we pause to recognize Jennifer Wesselhoff for your extraordinary service as the CEO of the Sedona Chamber of Commerce, always a step ahead of trends as exemplified in the Sustainable Tourism Plan, where a delicate balance is navigated between market and nature. You are a shining star, someone special that has touched us, Coconino County and the city of Sedona, influencing and guiding us to better ways. Thank you." We have it signed as the Coconino County Board of Supervisors with the Coconino County emblem. And there's a beautiful photo of rippling water at Red Rock Crossing and Cathedral Rock, one that many people recognize. That is just, oh my gosh, I've been walking the streets of Sedona for the past few weeks, and you really can't pick the perfect spot, but this is one that most people pick, and they're just gorgeous places everywhere. So, Madam Chair, I hope that we give the opportunity for those that have worked with Jennifer from the community a chance to speak, and then and maybe if any of the board members want to comment after, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we're really sorry to hear about Jennifer's father. And it would have been great to be able to have her here. But I agree with you. It's appropriate that we continue and recognize her even in her absence, because she can always go back and watch this as well. So that's great that there'll be opportunity for her to do that. So Supervisor Ryan, you wanted to hand it over to Jennifer Perry. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Perry. And I understand that for the chamber, you are the secretary of the Sedona Chamber of Commerce and a member of the executive committee, as well as the regional director of the Arizona Community Foundation of Arizona. Welcome.
Yes, well, thank you for having me. And thank you so much for keeping Jennifer's acknowledgement on your agenda. Her contributions to the community are just so immense, but having worked with her closely for many years, I've been extraordinarily impressed with her leadership, her organization, and her ability to navigate some often tumultuous waters of balancing the desires of our community members and the revenue that the tourism brings to us. So she has just done an extraordinary job and positioned Sedona for long sustainability and happiness for this community. So thank you for taking the time, and I will be sure to report back to the board on Thursday in our meeting that you took the time to acknowledge her accomplishments. Thank you.
Oh, you bet. Well, you know, Jennifer, we're losing somebody special here, but proud of her too. Who knows? Maybe the Olympics. We'll see. So Chair Archuleta, Liz, we have Wendy Lipman out there also.
Great. Wendy,
Hi.
go ahead. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm trying to figure out how to do my video, but here we go.
I see you now. Yes, that's great.
Hi.
All right.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that's a beautiful plaque and the words on it are wonderful. So I think that's a great tribute. I just want to say that, yeah, I'm slightly devastated selfishly that Jennifer Wesselhoff is moving on. It's very understandable that she wants to spread her wings and see what other opportunities are out there for her. I would say that Jennifer, I have worked with Jennifer for over 20 years. And she is an amazing pillar. She's an amazing force in this community. She has proven herself over and over and over. I highly respect her. I think of her as a personal friend. I think of her as a wonderful listener, someone who understands balance, who can take the good, the bad, the evil, and usually come out with something pretty fantastic that's workable for everybody. So I just want to say, I really wasn't prepared to talk. So I just want to say that I congratulate her. I think, thank you for honoring her. And we will absolutely, definitely miss Jennifer Wesselhoff. And so she can always come back to you.
Oh, we certainly, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll keep our eyes out and see if we can lure her back.
Right.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? And Wendy is, she's the quiet voice. It depends on the moment, right? Because you'll speak up when you need to. But Wendy has guided Tlaquepaque for many years here, managing behind the scenes
Yes.
there. So,
Yes.
Wendy, yeah.
What a great job. That's a beautiful, beautiful
Thank you.
place. I love to visit. And so,
Well, you're always welcome back. Thank you.
It's a must do. And Madam Chair, if you could see, just in case somebody stepped in, if I could check on that.
sure. So we were thinking that maybe Darla DeVille might join us as well. I don't see Darla so far on the list of attendees. And so I think Supervisor Ryan, that is it in terms of the possible planned folks that were going to be here. But I know that other members of the board would like to make some comments as well. So would you like for me to go ahead and turn it over to the other members of the board now?
And just, you know, for the sake of the audience, I don't know if we went through, if somebody's out there, I'm not sure with, a lot of people know Jennifer had to go, but if somebody's out there, Eric would be looking for their hands waving. Eric, could you just real quickly?
So again, if audience members did want to speak to this, just raise your hand, or you can post a question in the Q&A, and I'll see it there that you want to speak to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, great. Well, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, really bringing this to the board. And I know many of us on the board have interacted with Jennifer before. And Supervisor Babbitt, I know you wanted to make a comment, and so I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Well, sure, I'm off mute. Yep. Appreciate it. And Wendy and Jennifer, thanks for standing in for Jennifer here and being a part of what allowed her to be so successful. You know, successful people build successful teams around them and are supported by high capacity people. So you are obviously part of that equation. And so just want to recognize your walk to make her successful over many, many years too. So Jennifer was one of these awesome people who, when you talked with her, you felt like you were the most important person, you know, at that moment. I just so appreciated how she really devoted her attention and listening to people. And it just was so apparent. I think Wendy's comments about how she walked the same way through really turbulent stuff as she did through really, inspiring and optimistic conversations. And I often remark, how we do our work is actually kind of more or equally, if not more important than the actual work we do. And she was one of those and is going to continue to be one of those who does her work just incredibly well. She is just an optimistic, forward-thinking, infectiously engaging person. And she's going to do great wherever she goes. But I just wanted to take time to recognize the team who she built, a couple who are here, but many, many others who are not here. And thanks for the work you've done. It's been a model to watch your sustainable tourism piece. I've been down to many chambers events over, a number of years. And it is a really, really, really high performing chamber of commerce with an interesting relationship with city government that I support and a great model. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Anyone else who wishes to comment? Okay, well, thank you. Well, I had the pleasure of meeting Wendy through Northern Arizona Council of Governments, and also serving with her on a couple of committees. And so I agree with everything that has been said. And I mean, her contributions to Sedona and to the region have been great. And so I'm just really want to wish her the best in her next chapter, and want to let her know that certainly her contributions to Sedona and the surrounding areas will be felt for years to come. And I think that's an excellent measure of a person, and their work is will their presence and their work still be there in the future, and certainly it will. And so thank you very much. Supervisor Ryan, I'll send it back over to you for closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, one that, I mean, gosh, if you follow Jennifer's career along with the board, and as mentioned, she brings people together in how everybody processes information and comes up with plans. It's pretty extraordinary. One of their latest efforts, that I do want to acknowledge and express both to the board as well as to Jennifer, is how the community responded to COVID. That you took leadership, brought the businesses together to figure out, how do you open the community if we have a potential health threat. We have a health threat that's out there. What is the safe way to do it? And again, y'all exemplified best practices, and just really appreciate that type of leadership. My gosh, some shoes to fill. I wish you luck on your endeavors there. And Jennifer, I'll probably be down within the next few days. I know she's leaving October 9th. So who knows with how her schedule's been shaken up, but I'll try and get it down real soon so she can walk away with the plaque. And thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will now go on to item number 2, which is a proclamation. And this is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating September 22nd as National Voter Registration Day, which is very exciting. And we have Jillian Wolf from our Public Affairs area who will introduce this item and read the proclamation. Jillian?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's an honor to be before you today reading this important proclamation. And I also just want to take this opportunity to thank Coconino County Recorder Patty Hansen for allowing me to share this proclamation on her behalf. So I will read the proclamation that now establishes September 22nd, 2020 as National Voter Registration Day. Whereas Coconino County is committed to encouraging broad voter registration, access, and citizen participation in elections among voting eligible citizens, whereas Coconino County recognizes that many Americans are not able to vote because they missed a registration deadline, do not update their registration information, or are unfamiliar with how to register, whereas Coconino County recognizes the challenges that the coronavirus pandemic is posing to many Americans' abilities to register to vote, whereas Coconino County recognizes the need for diverse partners such as nonprofits, libraries, businesses, colleges, and universities, and more to work in the communities they serve to register citizens to vote. And whereas the need for reliable and trusted public information and education on voter registration is critical to Americans' active participation in elections and the integrity of the electoral process. Therefore, be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors shall declare September 22nd, 2020 as National Voter Registration Day and commit to joining national efforts to support voter registration and citizen participation in elections. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So is there a motion and a second to proclaim today as National Voter Registration Day?
Madam Chair, I'll move the proclamation. Approval.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a
I will
second?
second, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion and a second that we proclaim today, September 22nd, as National Voter Registration Day. Any discussion on the item? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll be getting this on our social media and our website if we haven't already, to encourage people to register today, to take the time, take a few minutes. That can be done on the website. That can be done in person. There's many ways to do it, but probably the easiest way is to get on the Coconino County website and go to the recorder's office, and there's a link there to register. Thank you very much. And thank you, Julian, for reading the proclamation. We're now going to go to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. This consent agenda contains several items. These are items that we've either had a presentation about prior, or they are items that are administrative in nature. We vote on all of them with one single motion unless there are members of the board that wish to separate out a particular item. Are there members of the board who wish to separate items from the consent agenda? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Babbitt?
Yes, I'm going to be making just an addition to item number 5, the CI for festival.
Correct. Yes, sir. That's item number 6, and so I'll separate that out for you.
Apologies. Number 6. Thank you.
No problem. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, this is Lena. I'd like to discuss number 11.
Number 11, okay.
I'd like to hear more about number 15.
And number 15. Okay. All right. So far I have 6, 11, and 15. Are there others?
Madam Chair, I don't want to separate, but after the motion, I'd like to comment on item 20 and 21.
Okay, excellent. Got it. Any others? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 6, 11, and 15?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion was made by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Parks, that we approve the consent agenda minus items 6, 11, and 15. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please say nay. Passes unanimous.
Oh,
Supervisor Ryan, go ahead and make a comment about 21 and 22.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just quickly, item 20, first and foremost, it's a temporary construction easement for Luke Air Force Base out at Fort Todd Hill. For many years, we've wrestled around with what to do with sewage at Fort Todd Hill. And as you know, we're progressing with construction that's moving towards Fort Todd Hill. Luke was in, Luke was out, Luke is back in. Which is great news, and I'm just excited to note that we were approving this temporary use easement, and this will help us address some of our historical, what is it? Oh gosh, I'm losing words because I can't figure out what I'm trying to say here. It's just maintenance that's built up over time. You know what I'm talking about. So item 21 is O'Neill Springs, and that's pretty unique. O'Neill Springs is actually, it's to finish off a trail segment that we worked into a lot split process where that eventually helped us gain access for Talani Trail in Kachina Village. O'Neill Springs, it takes people down to O'Neill Springs in the backside of the historical pump house, which Parks and Rec, I'm sure they'll look at how to manage, because not out and out access everywhere, but it's a way of providing access to unique areas. But the special thing about this trail is connectivity through the community and access to open space. O'Neill Springs was another contribution that we received from a family in Kachina Village that they just wanted to do good and granted us that spring. They give us that spring. So I just want to note that it's really good that we have the opportunity to proceed with this project that we've been talking about for a few years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I appreciate the recap and the history on item number 20 and 21. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And those were approved. So that's great. Let's go to item number 6. And Supervisor Babbitt, you wanted to add an amount to the Festival of Science CI.
I did. If I could add $500 from District 1, which would take the total contribution, I believe, up to 3,000
Yes.
for the Festival of Science this year. One of my all-time favorite events year in and year out in the city of Flagstaff.
Wonderful, great. So Supervisor Babbitt, we will add 500 from District 1. Would you like to make the motion to approve?
So, Madam Chair, do we need to vote on the underlying motion, which I think is the consent? Did we do that?
We did.
Okay,
We voted on the consent agenda
Great.
minus item number 6, 11, and
Great.
15.
thank you. Appreciate it. So with that, Madam Chair, thanks for just making sure we don't have a motion on top of a motion, which is where I thought we were. I move that we approve item number 6 with the addition of $500 from District 1 for a total of $3,000 in community grant funding for the Festival of Science.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair. Supervisor Ryan.
Okay, great. Motion made by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan to approve the grant funding for the Festival of Science in the amount of $3,000, adding $500 from District 1. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Item number 11, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2020-68, designating ballot drop box locations for November 3rd, 2020 general election. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very important election this year, and we have a proposal that is before us to have the county ballot boxes for Coconino County. And that we have received a list, and I noticed that the list is mostly in Flagstaff, and there aren't any additional boxes on Navajo Nation or any of the tribal lands. We have an election office in Tuba City. However, there are no ballot boxes, and I propose that we take some of these ballot boxes onto Navajo Nation and work with the agencies that are available to be able to have people drop off their ballots rather than driving hours just to drop them off at at Tuba City office or in Flagstaff. Our weather, driving depends on weather. Also, we have sand dunes. The roads are all sand dune by now. We almost got stuck, and my brother got stuck in the sand dune. So we are trying to help people to make sure that they vote and make it as convenient as possible. And yet we have ballot boxes that are all in Flagstaff. Unless there are additional mailboxes that are coming, I like to take some of these mailboxes and and locate them in places on Navajo Nation, and maybe hoping to make sure that people do have a place to vote or a place to drop off make it more convenient for people to drop their ballot off at these ballot boxes. I did email places, to propose places that we can work with these locations and they are safe places. And so that's my proposal, and just like to add that, and I can in a while share those locations that I'm proposing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Supervisor Fowler. So let's see, how would we manage this? Would we pass this right now and then at a subsequent meeting add to the resolution? Or tell me a little bit about your discussion with Recorder Hanson. Are we just adding those locations now, or are we waiting for another meeting to do that?
Well, Recorder Hanson is not proposing to have ballot drop boxes on Navajo Nation. I am proposing that we have them on Navajo and that we make sure that they're in locations where they are secure. These are all locations where people can drive right down the road and be able to drop off their ballots. And I'm proposing that we help some of our voters that have to drive hours sometimes to be able to drop off a mailbox. So the way that we would do this is that we can say that we will have Navajo Nation have the ballot boxes on Navajo Nation. If there are not additional boxes that are coming, then take some of the boxes that are in Flagstaff and locate them on Navajo Nation. So I propose that we have, we place them in locations like Inscription House Trading Posts, Navajo Mountain Inscription House, those and Tanalia, they'd be able to use that. We could have it at Kaipito Market location. Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation has a health clinic at Lechi'i. We have the Badaway Gap, the location gas station there, and I'm sure Supervisor Parks has some locations in his district that would be able to accommodate the boxes. So, and so I propose that we have them located out on Navajo Nation as well as in Flagstaff. We realize Tuba City Election Center is in Tuba City, but then you still require people to drive long distance just to get to Tuba City. Just yesterday, we drove on N21 and it is, our grader was out there, and thank goodness we maintain the roads out there, but the roads are really challenging right now with no rain and with no, with these graders, some roads are not graded, and it just creates all kind of challenges. And if we can somehow make it a little bit more convenient, and then we still are under our 57-hour lockdown out on Navajo Nation. We still have the lockdown, so we really do not go places. So if we can at least help people when those lockdowns are open, they'd be able to go to the store and be able to get their the necessary products they need, and they'd be able to gas up, and they need to go home. But they're not going to drive all the way to to Flagstaff to drop off their the mailbox. But it'd be a lot easier, or their ballot. It'd be a lot easier if they were able to do it there. There's many people that cannot drive long distance. I drive to Flagstaff sometimes, and I have to be returning to Tuba City before the lockdown. So we time all of our travels, and just really want to ask the board and the recorder's office to reconsider the locations of these ballots.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fowler. And I know that I think there's a couple of directions to go. I know that Esler Must is on the line for.
Madam Chair.
Yes, hold on one second, please. I know that Isler is here to represent Recorder Hanson. As you know, he's been assisting her in the elections area, and I'm sure he would like to comment about how to operationalize this and, what would be some of the things to consider. We do have 2 courses of action. It could be that we approve these ones now, and then at the next meeting, we could approve another set as well, allowing the recorder's office to take a look, to work with Supervisor Fowler and others in looking at possible additional locations. Esler, let me call on you in just a second. Let me get Supervisor Parks' comment, and then I will call on you to provide the elections and recorders information and point of view. Okay, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor Fowler. We spoke about this earlier. This is a real problem if we are not going to have the drop boxes on Navajo and only have them in town. And all the reasons that Supervisor Fowler mentioned were I just have to concur with her. And I have to tell you that folks out there, they have to drive 70 miles one way to Flagstaff, a lot of them, and further. If you're driving from Tonalea, you're a long ways from Flagstaff. You're past Tuba City by 30 miles. And not everybody lives on a decent road. We have blades out there that are blading the main roads now. But like Supervisor Fowler said, some of those roads have turned to sand dunes because there's no moisture, there's no solid portion underneath that road that can be used, and people get stuck in the road. If they try to go outside the road, they'll definitely get stuck because they're just sand dunes out there as well. So we have some real problems out there, and we have problems getting especially elders into town because they're afraid of the virus, the COVID virus, and they're not going to come into town. So we are really shortchanging our voters out there on Navajo if we don't put some boxes in convenient places for them. And I know that in my district, we have several places that could possibly be used for drop boxes. All of the chapter houses or places like the school at Loop. The superintendent there is a friend of mine, and I know that he would be more than happy, or the principal, I'm sorry, Chip Chi. He'd be more than happy to have someone put a drop box there. And there's someone there at the school almost all the time until 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day. I also have an assistant in Loop, Gilbert Chi, who could be responsible to check those boxes. The chapter officials, I'm sure, would be willing to do that if the issue is safety of the boxes themselves. I have an assistant in Cameron. That would be a good place for a box as well. Tonalea, as Supervisor Fowler mentioned. Also, it occurred to me that the new travel center at Twin Arrows is open now. A lot of people are going to come out of that Loop corner to shop there. That would be a good place, and they're open 24 hours a day, so we could put a box there. I'm going to lobby for 3 boxes for my district and 3 boxes for Supervisor Fowler, if we could do that. Thank you, ma'am.
You're muted, Liz.
Apologize. Isler, thank you very much. I know that you are at the recorder's office assisting with elections, and so I'd like to turn it over to you for any comments or perspective to provide.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Esther Mustam, acting elections director. Recorder Hanson wasn't available to be here this morning. She wanted to be part of this meeting, but there's a couple of things I wanted to point out about the resolution and the conversation we were having. We can definitely, we do have some mobile voting sites that will be at Inscription House, Cameron, and Loop leading to the elections for like 3 weeks leading to the election. The security of the ballot boxes, drop-off boxes, is one of the major concerns, and it needs to either have like 24-hour security or the ability to monitor the locations by cameras. And that's been the challenge in locating those sites. The resolution itself lists the 9 locations, and they are some of them are in Flagstaff, but there are quite a few locations that include the city of Page, Williams, like the Munns Park and some of the outlying areas. And we'll be more than happy to look and see if we can do a potential placement in the Tuba City at the Tuba City Regional Hospital. And we understand that is a possibility with their security and the type of operation. So I just wanted to make those notes, and the resolution, the way it reads is it approves these locations, but also allows the recorder's office to place additional ballot boxes throughout the county as well. So we can look at those as well. One additional item that is not on the list that we recently got the green light just yesterday is the Belmont, the Ponderosa Fire Station in Belmont is another site that we would like to consider putting a ballot box. But the resolution, the way it stands right now, it allows for that flexibility and has that flexibility. I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Okay. So how do you all feel about, this is Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Fowler? Oh, Supervisor Ryan, you have something, go ahead.
If I may, Madam Chair, I mean, it's a fair request. In what Essler just spoke about, that was my question. Absolutely fair request. The question is where there might be security, probably an agreement, because it is associated with the elections. We don't want to create a misstep in terms of how the county elections department controls that. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't have them more. I think it's a fair request to explore that and see what we can do with that. If we have a limited number of boxes, it makes sense to pull from some of the areas where there might not be as strong a population or a limited number of people. The areas that Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Parks are requesting, we definitely have I would say probably about 1/3 of our population. So if there's a limit on boxes, that makes sense. But all in all, first and foremost, security of elections, very important aspect of it, and can agreements be made, and then wait and see what they can do. I don't mind the designation of the current sites. I'm just bringing that up. If we need to pull from them based on how the elections are managed, then that's where I'm suggesting the population piece. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Supervisor Babbitt, did you have something?
I just want to support Vice Chair Fowler and Supervisor Parks. I agree. It's totally reasonable request, and I'm glad the flexibility is in there. I want to make sure they are comfortable, before we wrap up, with the direction that there's still some conversations to be had. I did have one question, Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
So Eslier, so I know we have boxes that are outside that do not have 24-hour security to them, but is what you said that those are fine so long as, so it is my assumption that every box that's outside has a specific camera shooting right at that's that security piece that you referenced?
Oh, you're on mute. There you go.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Babbitt, sorry about that. Yes, that is correct. So we either need to have sites that have, are staffed 24 hours and have security, or have a camera that can monitor that ballot box, just to ensure that there aren't any issues that can come up as a result of vandalism or things like that.
Thank you.
So Okay, so I think the way to proceed, if it's okay with you, Supervisor Fowler, is that we approve these ones right now. We put on the agenda for our next meeting, additional sites allowing our recorder Patty Hansen and yourself and Supervisor Parks to have some time to ensure that there's going to be sites that meet the criteria for the ballot boxes, and work that out and then get it back on our agenda. But I too am supportive of having additional drop boxes on the Navajo Nation. And I'm confident that it seems like you're already inquiring about ensuring that criteria that we require of the ballot boxes, the drop boxes, is going to be there, is going to be met.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question of Esler. Esler, how many ballot boxes, additional boxes do you have and can you get?
So
I want to make sure that we are getting enough ballot boxes that are spread out throughout Navajo Nation to be able to help people to be able to get and make it easier for them to drop off their ballot. How many do you have?
So in addition to the list of sites that we have listed in the resolution, we have 2 more ballot boxes, and there has been a shortage of ballot boxes across the country this election. And that is why we were providing the mobile voting sites in Cameron at the Inscription House and Loop chapter prior to the election, which is not, it's not a substitute, but it's another alternative to increase that voter registry, voter participation. And we'll definitely look into the placement and make sure that we can strategically locate them in a secure location that meets those requirements.
Okay, Madam Chair, that 2 ballot boxes is not enough. And I'd like to, Esler, if you would send an email to the board telling us what the criteria is so that we're all working on the same standard. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors, but we do need ballot boxes like Supervisor Parks has proposed, 6 ballot boxes, and we will work with you to make sure that we secure a place where it is safe for these ballot boxes. You can't just, and I'd like to find out, I'm told that it's because it's unsafe. Where are the locations that are unsafe and who is the threat? So I like to propose that we have 6 ballot boxes that is committed to Navajo Nation so that we can work with these communities and we'll be able to secure those places. Thank you.
Okay, great. So then it looks like there's some work ahead to be done in order to effectively operationalize this. And so we will look forward to having this on the agenda for our next meeting and having those details worked out.
So Madam Chair, can we commit as a board to 6 ballot boxes on Navajo Nation?
I think we would like to. It just depends if it's going to meet that criteria. I mean, I think you're saying that we can find 6 locations that will meet that criteria. And so I think, and if we can get the ballot boxes, whether if we can get them made or ordered, borrowed, I mean, however we can get them, I think 6 is what you're saying is an ideal number. I think it's just a matter of how do we, actually implement that. So, I mean, I think
we relocate some of the ones that are right within the city of Flagstaff. In Flagstaff, from one end to the other end to drive, and depends on traffic, it takes 30 minutes. But that's just because you have traffic. But if you are not in traffic and you drive directly, it's probably 15 minutes. So there is not, people are not challenged in Flagstaff to be able to drive to a ballot box. Whereas on tribal lands, people are challenged to be able to get out from their home to the highway, to the road, to be able to get to a ballot location.
Understood. So I think the devil's in the details in terms of Exhibit A that we have before us. Which of those would we reduce? Like which ones would we take away? And then do we need to take any away? Because what if we can get 6 more? So I guess my question is procedurally, and Jimmy maybe can help us out here. If we approve these today, can they then, if need to, be modified later of this Exhibit A?
Madam Chair, that's a fair question. I think what I'm hearing is that we would work with the Recorder's Office based on the direction of the board being given today for, again, potential additional ballot boxes and then potential redistribution of what is on the current list. Esler, is there a time frame here that has requirements for approval by the state?
There isn't one. I think we want to be ready. It takes a little bit of, like, there's some logistics involved with the installing of the ballot boxes, and that's what we were trying to have them ready and up and running by the first day when the early ballots get sent out, which is October 7th.
October 7th. Okay, and I'm just looking at our agenda and our meeting schedule.
Our next board meeting is on October 6th.
Yeah. That is not going to work. Okay, so I think we should move forward with the ones that we have here. I think we need to have another meeting like for this item before October 6th, then we should do that. Just to enable the Recorder's Office and elections area to do this work prior to the ballots coming out. And so that means that, in the next couple of days, the work on the Navajo Nation is going to have to be, worked out. Hopefully, I'm sure that it can happen. So why don't we just approve these ones right now and then approve the next set from the Navajo Nation? Because I'd hate to hold this one up if they need to start going on installing some of them. And other members of the board, how do you feel about that?
Sounds good to me, Madam Chair. This is Jim Parks.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Madam Chair, yeah, I think it would make sense. Basically, we're legitimizing these sites, but acknowledging that if we're limited on boxes, we need to do a redistribution to make sure that there is a fair access. And as we noted earlier, really, it is a really fair request because there are limits on it, although there are mobile sites. So in essence, I don't think we have them elsewhere. That's a benefit, which is good. But the devil in the details. What we're doing is we're acknowledging that these could be valid sites, but there may be a redistribution if necessary. Hopefully we can get additional boxes. I bet we have a few machinists and welders out there. So anyway, there you go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, so Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make this motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. I really want to thank the board for working with us on this item. And I know it is very important. And we want everyone to be able to vote and be able to access. Accessibility is very important. With that, I'd like to move that resolution 2020-68 designating ballot box locations for November 3rd, 2020 general elections, with the understanding that it may be modified to accommodate Navajo Nation ballot box locations.
I would like to second that, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move us to item 16, and I'm going to try to get us moving pretty quickly here. So Supervisor Fowler, this item about Anderson Security.
It's number 15.
Oh, beg your pardon. I'm sorry. You're right. And this is
I'm just interested. I thought it was really interesting that they're doing a partnership with a clinical education for nursing students. And that's so important, especially when there's a great opportunity to learn. And I just wanted to hear more about the program. And I just thought this would be a really great educational program.
okay, super. So we have great. Kim Musselman, go ahead, Kim.
Hi, good morning, Vice Chair Fowler and Chairwoman Archuleta. Thank you. I'm actually going to defer to Mike Oxtoby to answer this question because he knows more details about the program. I know it is something that AHS has worked with NAU over the course of many, many years, bringing students into work in our clinical settings, but I'm going to go ahead and let add some more detail to that.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kim is correct. We've had a relationship with NAU for many, many years. This just formalizes another 5-year relationship with the College of Nursing. I should also point out that we also work with CCC's nursing program as well. We typically get 3 to 5 nursing students per semester, and we've had really, really positive experiences with the students. They do in-office work, so standard immunizations. They also assist us in our mobile flu clinics. So we suspect that they will be active as we gear up for the fall flu vaccination program that's coming up here in the coming weeks. Is there anything else in particular I could answer for you?
Oh, no, I just thought it was such a great educational opportunity. I know we always work with NAU. They're a great partnership. And I just wanted to, I guess, recognize the great program and your great work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct. It's been a wonderful relationship over the years. We've had many, many fine students in the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make the motion?
If there's no other questions or comments from the other board members, I'd like to move that we approve item number 6. Approving an agreement for Coconino County Health Department Services Clinic to provide a clinical education experience to nursing students from Northern Arizona University.
Okay.
I'll second the motion. This is Supervisor Matt Ryan.
All right, and I'm going to note that it was item number 15.
Yes.
Okay, great. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. We now need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
second? Okay, motion made by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say
Aye.
nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We are now the Health District Board of Directors. We have one item on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda of the Health District?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Director Parks, seconded by Director Babbitt. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Is there a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Director Babbitt, seconded by Director Fowler. All in favor of the motion?
Madam Chair, that was just for the record, Director Ryan.
Darn straight, Madam Chair. I just
Oh, I beg your
I cannot
pardon.
be like Supervisor or Director Babbitt, you know.
My voice recognition technology started alarming me. Imposter.
Yes.
No,
Imposter.
no, oh no, I did the same.
Moved by Director Ryan, seconded by Director Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. None was opposed. I know that it was a unanimous motion.
I apologize. I was a little late, Madam Chair.
Oh, no, it's okay. We now need to, sorry that I'm moving us along, but we need to get to the executive session, which is time sensitive. So we are now going to go into executive session. This is an executive session for discussion of purchase, sale, or lease of real property and contract negotiations. So what we'll need for everyone to do is to close out of Zoom, and we will go into executive session through your Teams invite. After the executive session, we will be taking a break. We will reconvene at 1:15 back in open session. So that's why just go ahead and close out of Zoom. Yes, Supervisor Babbitt?
We need a motion.
Yeah.
Beg your
an open
pardon.
meeting.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Ryan. I move that we go into executive session as you outlined.
Thank you.
Second.
And is seconded by, that was made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Parks. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are going to then go into executive session. And if you would please log out of Zoom and log into Teams. Good afternoon and welcome back to our Coconino County Board of Supervisors meeting. This is our afternoon session, and the first item that we have on our agenda this afternoon is the discussion and possible direction on amphitheater contract modifications, draft request for proposal, and options for moving forward. Let me just acknowledge that we have a full board here, or a quorum. So I'm Liz Archuleta, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. Vice Chair Fowler, are you on?
Madam Chair, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. District 1, Supervisor Art Babbitt.
Yep, present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. District 3, Supervisor Matt Ryan.
Just got here. All right.
Excellent. Thank you. And District 4, Supervisor Jim Parks. Okay, well, I'm sure he will join shortly. I'll check in with him in just a minute here. And let me turn this over to Lucinda for introduction of this item. Lucinda?
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Today, we're back. You'll remember that now, about a month ago, we came forward and the board provided direction to allow the current contract with our entertainment to expire, which it does so in the middle of November. And that is on that path. And we're now back today to share with you, Cynthia will be sharing with you some potential paths forward. And she'll walk through what those potential paths forward are. We also have an initial draft RFP. But I think, one of the questions that is on the table is, with the transition with the board that's coming, how much input and time this board wants to devote to that process. And we want to get that feedback in particular today, but also, in feedback from this board about what kinds of things you would expect to and want to see in a future arrangement with the amphitheater and an amphitheater contractor to manage the amphitheater and book entertainment and that type, fulfill that type of role on behalf of the county. A specific question in that also is the naming rights for the amphitheater itself, and how the board wants to manage that potentially in a different way or the same way that it has been managed, which has been through that contract. So several questions today. I think we're hopeful that we can get some feedback on some of those points, but by no means is there an expectation that we'll be marching forward necessarily with action immediately. This is the start of a very important conversation on how do we set this asset up for the county and the county's taxpayers and constituents and the users of the amphitheater, the people who enjoy the events there. How best do we manage that asset? So with that, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Cynthia. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Cynthia, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Cynthia Nemeth here, Coconino County Parks and Recreation Director. I'm going to share my screen so I can pop up a presentation. And I hope that you're able to see it.
We are able to see it.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Lucinda, again. Before I move forward, I do want to recognize that we invited several stakeholders, and I believe many of them have signed in today to be a part of this presentation or listen into this presentation. So I wanted to welcome them and to thank you for taking the time to be here with us this afternoon. So just as a recap, what it is that we hope to accomplish today and to talk about today is, like we always do, we'll start with a brief background to talk, kind of put together a picture of why it is that we're here this afternoon, what it is that we're hoping to accomplish, and why we also want to be able to talk about some alternatives to matters that have been in the contract in the past. These are questions that the board has had in the past or had discussions about. So with the potential of a new contract or a new contract coming forward, it's a good time to bring some of these matters up in case the board would like to have an opportunity to discuss. Then I will go into the RFP itself, the draft RFP, and present just kind of general terms, what it is we would hope to achieve at the end of the day with a contract in hand. And some of those particular details of the RFP, the things that we would like to present to a potential proposer that they can propose on different aspects of the operations and maintenance of the amphitheater. And then we'll go into those three scenarios that Lucinda was talking about. So as a matter of background, the amphitheater was constructed in 2006, and our entertainment was the second independent contractor to operate the amphitheater, and they hold the contract through this November 15th, 2020. They have had a contract with the county for the past 10 years, and that was actually 2 contracts that they held with the county for a total of 10. And as Lucinda noted, in August, the board elected to allow the contract to expire and not to pursue a second 5-year renewal with our entertainment. And that's what leads us to where we are today. We are in the beginning process of a new RFP. So we'd like to begin with those contractual matters that we felt the board might want to just to talk about and see if they still made sense and how we might either modify or keep them the same. The first one that I wanted to talk about is the facility fee. This is a fee that is collected on a per ticket sold, and oftentimes and generally within the industry, this facility fee is retained by the venue and is reinvested in the venue for repairs and replacements and that sort of thing. And so I'm bringing this one up in the context of being able to establish that kind of facility fee fund or that amphitheater capital improvement fund for future repair replacements. And so currently the contract, in the current contract, there is a $2 per ticket sold or a $40,000 return to the county. And that is the full-on revenue share model for this existing contract. And all of those funds go into the general fund. So one option the board could consider would be to take a percentage of gross ticket sales that would then go into this fund, some determined percentage of ticket sales. And that would go into that facility fund. A second option would be a flat $2 per ticket sold, and that would go into that fund. A third option the board could consider would be $2 per ticket sold or some percentage of gross ticket sales, whichever number was greater would be set aside. Now, the facility fee would be in addition to some level of revenue share that would be negotiated to offset those general fund operation and maintenance expenses. The second area of consideration for this board is the venue naming rights. We've had conversations about that in the past, and currently the independent contractor negotiates venue naming rights with a sponsor. The county approves who that sponsor is and who that naming right belongs to, and then the independent contractor retains all the sponsorship earnings And that's part of what I would imagine helps pencil out an agreement, a viable contract with the county. However, I think it's a good time for the board to consider what options are out there, and there are at least two. And one of them is that the county controls the naming rights and retains all of the sponsorship earnings. And those funds could also be diverted to that capital account for the amphitheater, or they could also go to offset the general fund operation and maintenance costs of the facility. A second option might be that the county approves the naming rights that are negotiated by the independent contractor, and the county collects a percentage of whatever that sponsorship dollar amount is. And again, that revenue source could go into that amphitheater account or go towards offsetting the county's operation and maintenance responsibilities for the amphitheater. So we arrive at our first point of discussion and direction regarding the facility fees and the naming rights as they stand today, and the options that I just presented to the board. And we can begin with the facility fee if you like.
So Cynthia, there's a little bit of feedback coming from I think it's from your microphone or somewhere. So just, I don't know if you need to try to plug it in a little bit more if you're wearing a headset, but there's just some background.
You know what, I'm going to get a little closer and maybe that will help. I don't have a headset, so okay. Does that sound better, Chair?
It does. It does.
Okay. Yes. I think I was just a little too far away from the microphone.
Sure. So repeat the last part. I think you want us to go back and look at the two, the considerations for contract modifications and hear from the board about that. Is that correct?
Exactly. Regarding the facility fee and regarding the venue, the naming of the venue and the naming rights.
Sure. Okay, great. So then we'll just open it up to the board for questions and if they're ready for comments at this time. Board members, any questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So before I start, I'm going to say that this is my last year talking about facility fees in the Board of Supervisors. I've been talking about them for 8 years since I've been here, and I'm going to be moving on past the board. But this has just been one of the continual pieces we've talked about, and all the persuading and cajoling I have mustered has failed to get us to at least where I think we should be with facility fee. And just for disclosure, I ran the amphitheater with 2 partners and a number of partners actually over the years, so people know that. So I continually think we confuse what a facility fee is for. A facility fee is to capitalize the improvements and upkeep of the facility. And every time we don't do that in an intentional and safe manner, those fees get removed and their purpose gets diluted. And so I think we confuse revenue with facility fees and O&M. And that's what the industry does. They use it, yes, as a revenue model, but it is also designed to feed intentionally this. And so right now it goes to the general fund and then somehow comes back in a circuitous way that I don't think is the right way. And so to me, we don't need to be prescriptive around much of these items. I think more important than whether we do $2 a ticket or a percentage is what the 4th billet says, because we have to look at this in the totality of the revenue to the amphitheater, but then also cost to the promoter, is what are these additional revenue shares about there? I think it's not a transactional conversation. It needs to be a holistic conversation about all the revenue shares and all the cost of promoters. And so the second bullet says in all cases, the facility fees could go to the amphitheater, but they're not. They are going to the general fund. And so, you know, I think that we need to build this whole RFP, let the industry help be creative for us and with us. This is not our bailiwick. So, you know, somewhere between option 3, $2 facility fee or a TBD percentage, but that's for, shouldn't be any less than that, that's for sure. But let it package up with the revenue and cost modeling that the private sector, who this is their job, should provide for us. So I would much rather say it's going to be a minimum of $2 fee or a percentage base, and that needs to be embedded in different components of the proposal. But at the end of the day, if we just keep sending it back to the general fund, it's really, I've said it 7 years in a row, it's disingenuous for us to call it a facility fee if it's just going into the general fund.
Thank you. Other members of the board? And if you're trying to talk, you might be on mute.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Parks, go ahead.
Well, I agree. I can't see having Parks and Rec coming to us every year to get money to do what would these facility fees would be doing. I think that they need to handle their own program with what they take in and be able to utilize that to take care of what they need to do for operation, maintenance, and improvements in their program out there at Fort Tuthill. Cynthia needs to have the ability to be able to maintain everything with what she makes off of the ticket sales, the beverages and the food and all those things. She needs to be able to do that. So I have to agree with Art that we need to turn this back over to Parks and Rec and not put it into the general fund. These facilities fees are just that. They go to improve and replace and repair the facilities. And so that's where it needs to go. And this needs to be run more like a business rather than like it is, where they have to come to us for their portion of the budget every year. And they're going to still have to come to us for a portion of the budget. But they can do a heck of a lot with their facility if they have the freedom to do it with these facilities fees. Thank you.
Other members of the board? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and weigh in. So I think, so what I'm understanding is that I think, yeah, I would like to have the private sector also kind of help us in terms of response to the RFP. I mean, there could be other options as well. Well, the part that I do agree with is the funding going to a facility fee fund for capital repair, replacement, and improvement. I do agree to that. According to the options that are here, it looks like with option 1, 2, and 3, those would be based just on the tickets sold. There wouldn't be a guarantee of a certain amount that would go to a fund. Is that correct? As is now. So as is now, and not that it goes to the fund, it goes to a general fund. But as is now, there's at least $40,000 that annually that goes into the general fund regardless of if the tickets sold are under the 40,000. Is that correct, Cynthia?
Correct. Yeah.
And then in the options that you have delineated, the 3, it doesn't have the at least 40,000.
No, I just, my sense is that similar to what you said initially and what Supervisor Babbitt was mentioning earlier is that I feel that, the proposers, the proposals can come in and address that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be up to the proposers to kind of come up with how through the RFP, they understand that our intent is to offset our costs. I've got a note here that we would like to now embed some sort of a minimum facility fee to be set aside. I mean, we would write that into the draft proposal.
Yeah, and I think we could have an expectation, we could articulate through the RFP what our expectations are. And then, as Supervisor Babbitt said, let them use their creativity about how to take on, here's our expectations, here's our goals, here's what we want to achieve this process. Now you propose how we can best achieve that and let them use their creativity, and they may have other ways they want to approach that we haven't even thought of, but we're just trying to get some sense right now about what might be some ways to approach that. So, and how the board might view those. So, I mean, bottom line, we have to cover our basic costs, but we have a facility that requires long-term maintenance. And at some point, the roof will have to be replaced. I mean, there's just things that will have to happen, and we need to begin to plan for that through these contracts. So, and it's to their benefit too. They want a facility that's accommodating well, and we're to change it and make modifications, as well. So to adapt to new times, new technology.
Yeah, and when high-end equipment begins to fail, like, a walk-in cooler, ice machines, some of that equipment, speaker hoists, things that we already take care of and we would be responsible for replacing, it gives the contractor a good sense of that they know that that's going to be taken care of.
County Manager Jane, did you want to mention something?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if it's okay, thank you. And Cynthia, thank you for your presentation and for kind of, this dialogue, right, as we develop this and making sure we get this right. It is a public asset, as DCM Adriani mentioned. The bottom line is that we charge a facilities fee currently, but it goes into the general fund. So what I'm hearing is that there is, general nexus to continuing to charge some form of a facilities fee. And then there's a policy decision to be made by the Board of Supervisors that includes a budgeting decision that those dollars are not going to be included as general fund revenue at a point in the future, and that they actually will be put into a separate facilities fee fund for that purpose. And that just doesn't apply to the amphitheater. That's a policy conversation and a budgeting conversation for the board moving forward. So just in context, that there is a larger impact here that I think I know we will be bringing forth. And Cynthia did surface it in brief conversations the last 2 budget cycles, and we've talked through it with the board some, but that will be part of our budget conversation as we put together the 22 budget as well. Thank you.
To learn to unmute, excuse me. It looks like then that there's at least 3 board members that have weighed in on this, and that yes, we would like to see the facility fees go into a basically repair and replacement fund specifically, and then that I think and to basically in the RFP kind of leave it open in terms of how that would be proposed by the various responders
Yeah, so I think
in
we
terms of
can.
the amount.
Yeah, Supervisor or Chair Archuleta, yeah, we can articulate in the RFP that our objective is to, retain a facility fee that is at a minimum $2, and that, we'd also, our expectation is to offset our operations and maintenance costs.
Mhm. Okay.
And let
Great.
them come up with a plan.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
So the next question, this is a topic that has come up in the past, and it's the venue naming rights. And currently, the contractor negotiates, we approve the name, and they retain the sponsorship. And the options are that we take full control over that, or option 2 is that the contractor negotiates, and we just collect a small percentage. And then does that fund get set aside for O&M or for the facility as part of the facility fee, or facility fund, I should say.
Okay. So is there anyone who wishes to comment on this particular item, the naming rights?
Ta-da.
Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah. Sorry, I missed out on that last one. I mean, I was listening, trying to move things around and get in a comfortable chair here. Just going back to that last conversation real quick. Agree on that. I mean, we still have to figure out what happened to the $900,000 associated with the bathroom. And that's a case in point of just what we're talking about. And, how do we get into, maintenance and operation? It's something that we've gotten better and better at, but over in Parks and Rec, we kind of often would leave them on their own and not bring them under the general fund. And there really wasn't revenue coming in associated with it in order to be able to do the maintenance and operation. To swing into the naming right component, it's kind of that mixture. Can money come in associated with it? That was part of the last contract, that they were bringing revenue in the way, in some ways you feel like you're selling your soul too. What are they going to name it? And we want to be very careful of that. I always think that, maybe there's an element that we keep that's always constant of what the amphitheater is. Maybe it's location based or something that really is our identity, but also speaks well to a broader, I mean, basically we have an international market, or you can look at the, our regional Western market related to it, that it might be recognized. So you have a constant associated with that. But then it goes back to some of our older conversations of, we kind of, our last couple of presentations were associated with looking at different stadiums and how they were sold, and the potential revenue that, one lump sum that might be very beneficial, or maybe it's X amount per year, et cetera. So I'm not completely turned off by the selling of some of the element, but I feel as though we still need to retain a piece associated with that. I mean, I'd love to hear what others' thoughts are related to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Babbitt, I saw that you had your camera on just a minute ago. Would you like to comment?
Great. Yeah, so again, this is one, I lean towards the county should have a role. It's a county facility, but it should be, there should be some revenue share in it, but it also should be a motivator for the independent contractor, if that's the way it goes, to go bring in the most the best revenue they can. I want to point out, though, it's not about naming only. It's about things like product placement. It is about things like how that naming rights and what accompanies them. So without an entity or someone who understands the totality of what the venue naming entails, it would be ill-advised, I think, for the county to take full ownership of that, because it's going to come into product placement, it's going to come into comps, it's going to come into VIP table seating. All those are part of the package that gets built. And I don't believe that is the skill set that the county has. That is what promoters and management entities do. And so I think we should have, I'm with Matt, we should have a piece. It's taxpayer money built the facility. We should have a piece in the revenue side, but we most clearly should have let the private sector who knows the totality of the conversation manage it.
Okay, others? Okay, well then I'll go ahead and weigh in on this. So yeah, I do agree that this is an opportunity for the responders, again, to the RFP to be able to include this in their package. I do think that the county needs to have a percentage of it. I do not think all of it goes directly to the independent contractor. The percentage, again, I mean, I don't mind leaving it up to the responders to determine like what is going to be, looking at their bottom line and determining what is going to be proposed to come to the county. I think that's fine. It will give them the flexibility to put their overall RFP response together and the package together. I mean, obviously the county has certain restrictions in terms of entities that are sponsors, and so that will be clear, correct, Cynthia?
Yeah, we absolutely can make that clear.
Tobacco,
firearms, alcohol.
Right. So that, of course, will need to be followed. But other than that, I'm fine with leaving this open, again, to the creativity and in hopes of getting the most revenue that the county can get by leaving this open as a consideration for the responders to respond to. Okay, can we move on from this one now?
Very good, excellent. Thank you so much. So now moving into what's contained in the draft proposal, and just in general terms, the proposal is written in such a way that it would allow for one or a team of contractors to manage all or a portion of the amphitheater. I mean, basically, it's our goal is to collect the most creative and innovative proposals that still, speak to bringing in high quality professional performances, and that is inclusive of community organizations and local businesses, county businesses that are interested in being a part of the amphitheater. And just again, non-prescriptive, nor exhaustive in nature. So in general terms, that is the tone, we hope, of the RFP. And then when we think about, what it is, the outcome, the expected outcome, when we finally have a contract in hand, we want to make sure that we've engaged or contracted with a company that provides services that really know how to bring in the attendance through the quality of the performances and events that they bring. And they're still working with private, public, and nonprofit entities that, when visitors come, when visitors come to the amphitheater, they're not only having options for variety, but they're having options for for high-end quality acts. They come to a venue that is well appointed, it's clean, it's attractive, it's safe. And people who utilize, performers who come and use the venue or rent the venue, that they're getting some really good support services. And that, when there are holes in the calendar, that others might have access to the venue and still receive that attentive support service from the company that we have managing the amphitheater. And again, we talked about the county, offsetting its maintenance and operational costs, an expectation that we've just talked about, that some of that revenue share is set aside for future reinvestments into the venue. We have an expectation that the venue is well promoted and marketed for maximum awareness and attendance, that the variety of programming that happens there, is varied and quality, and is all encompassing of local, regional, and national events and event producers and promoters. And we hope that we've set, at the end with a new contract, that we have some well-established benchmarks for measuring success, and an expectation that from both the county and the independent contractor, that we want to together, we want to collaborate to foster innovation, and we want to make sure that we're measuring those benchmarks and making sure that we're being successful and supporting one another. And then also that it would be great to have innovation plans on an annual basis where together the county and the independent contractor can talk about what are the industry trends and what are those new things that can come forward in upcoming years. And also this concept that we saw, this concept of fostering festival-like events such as Pickin' in the Pines, where the county invested in some of the initial years of this event in particular, Pickin' in the Pines, until they were able to stand on their own and have now become a very well-known and respected and highly attended and sought after festival right here in Coconino County. So that's what we would expect at the end of the day, with contract in hand, a contractor in place, and a lot of this is expressed in the RFP. So to that end, I take another pause here to see if we're missing anything and if there's anything that the supervisors would want to add or provide input on.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Supervisors, any comments on what Cynthia last presented here? So Cynthia, I guess I can start, and then I see Art wants to comment. Is there an expectation in terms of like a number of events per season that you're putting in the RFP? Also, is there any expectation in the RFP about rental of the facility, let's say for smaller groups, for, I don't know, weddings, parties, local nonprofits? Is there anything in there at all on those items?
Chair Archuleta, members of the board, we're again trying not to be prescriptive. We have not provided a certain number. We use language like maximize, maximize the calendar, fill the calendar with variety and quality. And we also speak to working with local private parties, nonprofit parties. So we speak to the whole rental of for weddings in those terms, to work with private rentals, nonprofit rentals, public rentals, and to maximize, to really build a robust, we don't use that word specifically, but we articulate that we're looking for a full calendar, and it would be up to them to let us know what is reasonable, and at that point we could have that conversation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Babbitt?
So one of the, I mean, I think these are reasonable, broad brush expected outcomes. But I think we do need to set up or have a conversation if we want to have a set of expectations on the one bullet that says varied in quality offerings that involve local, regional, and national event promoters and producers. So, you know, I've been trying to, so Flagstaff has really amazing homegrown management and promotion capacity in this, for a town of this, city of this size. It's really incredible. We want to make sure that we provide a reasonable shot for some of those independents to have access at a price point or on terms that allows them to pencil out what is a very, very tough proposition to pencil out. And so, you know, I would be interested in seeing something like a response shall indicate a way to open the venue on a limited number of event dates for independent promoters, and to see if there is a way that we can serve not only, you know, the national larger management firms, but also make sure we don't forget that the industry was built here by independents, independent owner, operator, booking and managing folks. And so I think that's kind of important. And I know that's one of the kind of critiques and criticism, that it's not accessible. And those are really competing interests, because what we are going to see is the I think it's a continued consolidation of the industry here, and a lot of independents are going to get, they're not being able to survive this current COVID reality. And so I think it would be really helpful if we had some specific language encouraging that you need to tell us, we don't need to prescribe it, but you need to tell us how this venue, whether through buyouts of the venue that are reasonable, or through a limited number of dates that can be held by independent promoters, how that might work. Because those folks are important to this community, and they're important to this economy, and they're important to the sector that we're talking about. So that's something I'd love to see fleshed out. I don't think we need to prescribe it, but I think we should put it in some expectation of response, that they're going to tell us how they're going to give a little bit of a window to the folks who've been doing work here in the event and music and special event industry for decades.
Very good.
Supervisor Rand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm there with Art. I also, you know, I'm looking at the innovative element, you know, and you had some examples up there. You know, I kind of sit there and think of, you know, seeing what Planet Bluegrass did. You look at the Telluride or lines, or the Front Range over in Colorado. Then, you know, I kind of think of Ashland, Oregon, and the Shakespearean Festival, and how they brought their own local component in there and grew it up, that everybody's attracted to it. So that innovative, and how do you bring in that element with it? The piece I think we've always had a little bit of a conflict with is we trying to be all things, when, if we're going to have a contract that is successful and can grow these things, we start to, it almost begs for a second stage. You know, I've talked about that a few times, more than a few times, but we get into a conflict between nonprofit versus for-profit, and what are the objectives that we have here. Once upon a time, most of our use was in the park. I mean, it got into the discussions of how do we charge fees? Shouldn't we give nonprofit a benefit? And then we're analyzing who used the park, and 90% of the users were nonprofit groups, and which was good, so it's that conflict that we need to provide the opportunity for the contract to work also. And so how can we create the, and this, I'm separating this from what Art was just talking about, because he was talking about the venue associated with the entertainment element more so, probably broader, and Art can correct me on that. But I see some of our other community needs, but conflicting interests that compromised contractual opportunities or providing a very good venue. And yet by the same token, we need to see how we can provide those opportunities for our smaller, whether it's a wedding or it's a nonprofit or whatever that may be. So these are pieces that, I think we need to understand that, we have our own level of value pieces that we shift back and forth on. So anyway, I don't know if that was fruitful, but I'm exploring, I want to be careful on how we set up the contract. It's successful. It can be innovative. It provides the local opportunity, and yet we can, they could really potentially either home grow or, and or bringing, broader entertainment opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members? Okay, so yeah, I like the discussion so far, Art and Matt, about, again, just leaving it open, allowing people to piece it together. In terms of the RFP, I think for me, I would like to have in there like days that are not being utilized, that there'd be some kind of incentive or some kind of some program to be able to have like local groups use it. Some kind of, I'd like them to outline like how are we going to keep that connection to community and community groups, and allow them the opportunity to experience either performing at the amphitheater or having some type of program there. And maybe it's I think they would need to put that together to see like what would be a rate that they could handle, that would be reasonable for local groups, so that we continue to maintain that community connection. I do like, a limited number of maybe some type of tiered approach in terms of, Coconino County residents being able to get a bit of a break on tickets if they are residents. And, again, that would be, up to the responders to determine like how many that would be that they could do. But I would like for our residents to continue to have access and, have some opportunities to attend at a reduced rate. And then I think also for the programming, I would like to see, a variety. I think it would be, to me, like the most successful RFP would show a combination of, festivals and entertainers and, things that would appeal to families as well as adults, different age groups. I mean, I just would love to be able to see it be where there's something that, you know, at least every person could attend at least once during a season. I mean, I obviously love to see variety and diversity presented in terms of the entertainers and the offerings. We have, you know, such an incredible groups of talented Native American performers, Latino performers, you know, African American performers. I mean, we just have that it reflects, you know, the diversity of not only Coconino County, but our nation. I mean, it would just be really wonderful to have in mind constantly just diversity. Would be wonderful to have at the amphitheater. And so again, I mean, it's pretty open-ended, and I think intentionally that way because we want to see what is what are the trends in the entertainment industry and the management industry of these types of venues. You know, we want it to not be so limiting that people can't be creative in responding to this. I mean, I'm really excited about seeing what comes forth. And I think also we need to understand that because we are in a pandemic right now, how that may frame the RFP as well. And I think there has to be room in that as well for possible responders to be able to say, okay, if we're in the pandemic and we have to be, and we're going to be limited in terms of how much space we can use, or limited in terms of the audiences that we can expect, or that we're going to be held to a certain number. I think that there has to be room in the RFP to explain that as well, how the programming and the expectations are going to be different than if we're not under a pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Okay, Cynthia, what else do you have for us?
All right, I'm just going to breeze through the scope of work. I mean, it's pretty standard. You know, these are just the general areas that we hope are offering the proposers to touch on, to address, and that is, how do they fill a diverse and varied calendar that's inclusive? Well, I mean, no, but it's good to set that as an expectation as well, right?
Sure.
You know, creating access, how are they managing their staff and ensuring that they're trained? And, you know, there's a long list of staffing involvement and requirements to run a venue like this. You know, maintaining accurate and detailed accounting records. I mean, we want to know how they would do that and how they would report to the county. And then, you know, here's where we touch on the public health protocols related to COVID. Operationally, you know, how are they going to attract a cross section of the county residents? You know, not only our visitors that we know we rely on from outlying cities and states, but also reaching our county residents and giving them that access, not only here locally or close to the amphitheater, but broadly across the county. You know, and then managing ticketing, concessions, parking, staging, sound lighting, that marketing, sponsorships, housekeeping, keeping the place clean during and after events. How are they going to manage subcontractors? Who are they? Who might they bring in? And then as far as the county, we see the county retaining that liquor license, ensuring that, you know, those annual events are kept on the calendar, working with those longtime partners of ours. We maintain and we take care of repairs. We maintain the grounds and landscaping. Maintain and replace should be in there, really, all those county furnishings and equipment, and also provide a clean and operable space at the beginning of every season. And then we will continue to do what we always do, which is to help promote help promote what's happening there through our own media outlets and social media. And, managing the contract obviously is one of the things that we do. We talked about the venue naming piece where we would actually help, we would approve that. And making sure that we have those the monthly and annual meetings to keep lines of communication open, and that we're collaborating, and that we're ensuring quality operations, ensuring that ADA accessibility compliance is in place, and then reviewing and approving any of their COVID protocols. And, sorry for all these touch points with you, but I feel like this was a good way to kind of approach the presentation. And so any of that, just basically the scope of operations, anything to add here, anything that's missing here?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
So can you tell me about how you're going to frame the liquor license now, so that when we operated it, we had to buy our liquor license. The county made a decision to buy it for the independent contractor. And so what is the expectation, and what is the thoughts around the box for concessions and alcohol there? As far as revenue shares, how are we going to frame that conversation in terms of expectation?
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Babbitt, there isn't anything prescriptive in the RFP about what we're looking from the proposer. What we are saying in the proposal is that the county will obtain the liquor license. And one of the reasons why that's been done in the past is because it seems as a perk for the operator. It's more costly to go out and, I think, buy and secure a private license, because then I think it goes with the company and people have to maybe bid on it, or they sell it. And there's like a lottery system, is what I'm understanding. So the idea, at least for now, is to have the county continue to secure that license as a, just kind of as another a benefit, I guess, to the
So I understand that. I think we should have some expectation. So let me, nothing pencils out there without concessions in the bar, essentially nothing. And so that is the make or break piece. Like I said, the county has bought what would have cost an independent contractor, I think a full bar license is around $100,000.
That's correct.
So we are bringing this incredible piece of value to that. And so my point is not to be prescriptive, but we need to know how are the trigger points, and where are the trigger points where their upside means our upside. We shouldn't make it so onerous that their only shot at upside turns into a negative side. But it is a big deal, and I don't think I think it should be an expectation that a response addresses how are you going to respond to the value of the county's $100,000 asset to your business. Because right now we are not getting any in a specific way. And I'm not suggesting we should get 30% or anything like that, but there should be an expectation that value to value, that's how the private sector works. And that's the hat we need to be wearing in this conversation reasonably and appropriately, is the private sector's hat. Because most of these, this is not the norm in terms of ownership model.
Very good point. Thank you.
So Cynthia, with the county maintaining the liquor license, retaining the liquor license, what is the county's liability in that?
That's a good question, Chair Archuleta. And we don't have to provide like a certificate of insurance or anything like that to the state. In the license itself, it states who is actually managing the venue, where the alcohol is being sold. And so then there you enter who the managers are. And then, not that that, absolves the county, but we do ask for, the regular, like we do with anybody, any contractor, an insurance, certificate of insurance from the IC, independent contractor.
With the county being indemnified?
Well, I don't know if it actually calls out that the county is indemnified because we hold the license. I think what would happen if there was an incident, basically, the county would lose the license. I think that's what happens. But that's something that I will look into with, I'll check in with risk management just to make sure there aren't any loose holes there.
That would be helpful, or at least listing the county as an additional insured.
Oh, they definitely do that. They definitely do that. But I'll check with risk management to see if there's any other area of concern with us holding the license, even though the operator would have a certificate of insurance on file naming the county as additionally insured.
Okay.
But I will check with risk management just to be sure, because that's a good question.
Go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. Cynthia, I was kind of just wondering, would these concepts that you're developing now, would they be useful in providing ways to manage other venues at Parks and Rec, like rodeo grounds, racetrack? Would this kind of cross over to those venues? Would a liquor license bought by the county also serve the facilities over there, the fairgrounds, the grandstand area?
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Parks, I suppose it could. Generally, I'd have to think a little bit more about that, but generally when others are renting the space for their events, they're pulling a special event liquor license, which is very affordable. I think it's like $25. And the downside to a private entity that is pulling a special event, a special event liquor license, is that they have to name a nonprofit, and a portion of the sales, and I don't know why 25% comes to mind, has to go to that nonprofit. But now if you are a nonprofit, you can take Made in the Shade, for example. They are a nonprofit, they put on a special event, they pull a special event liquor license, which is very affordable. As a nonprofit, they get to keep all profit.
Oh, really?
That's my understanding, yes.
So,
so the rodeo, for example, as a nonprofit, on their own, they would pull the liquor license. It would cost them, I think, again, $25 or thereabouts. They get to keep, they get to keep the profits. However, because they're working with the county, they're renting one of our facilities. One of our fees is to collect a percentage of alcohol sales. So, but if they were to go someplace else and that didn't have that same type of arrangement, they would be able to keep all of that revenue. So,
would that be?
Liquor license affords you is one thing, and what our special event fee schedule prescribes is something different.
So in that case, would the county serve as the nonprofit to accept those fees, that portion of that fee, or of those sales?
No, our fee schedule just says that if you're selling alcohol as part of a special event outside of the amphitheater, do not think about the amphitheater in this case, our fee schedule just prescribes 30% of alcohol sales, regardless of who you are.
Okay. How long does one of those temporary liquor licenses last? How long can you?
It lasts the duration of the event. You have to specify when does your event start and when does it end. And that liquor license is only good for the time of the event. And within the parameters of the event space, the boundaries of the event space.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Cynthia and board members, I'm gonna have to move us along because
Okay.
we're already at an hour on this. So let's just try to get to our points pretty quickly. Supervisor Ryan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, Cynthia, just a couple quick things on this. The subcontractors, just tightening it up, making sure they have a responsibility associated with their contractors. Kind of like when we had the Polar Express had a subcontractor with the buses, and then they were sending them over to the county to try and find the parking. And they should have had that responsibility built into what they were doing on that. The utility component, just curious about that. Don't need to find out right now, but just that's an element we definitely want to pay attention to. The third piece is the parking piece, because it's important to them, it's important to their venue, but we've never really nailed down on parking at Fort Tuthill. And then we have other users out there, and how does it impact those other users? So there are a few pieces that need to be, just special attention paid to it. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Cynthia, let's move along.
Yes, okay, and we are now at the last part of the presentation, and those are those scenarios, those 3 scenarios for moving forward. Scenario 1 would have us proceed now with this RFP process, which would mean that the Board of Supervisors would have to give the green light on the RFP today, which then would allow us to issue the RFP right around the 25th of this month, so real quick turnaround. We have the opportunity to review them around the early November, mid-November. We come back to the Board of Supervisors. We share with you who has responded, what the recommendation is, negotiation points, talk about whatever COVID protocols that they're bringing forth, and then we finalize the negotiations and contract and bring back to the board no later than December 8th, because currently that is the last meeting on the calendar for this seating board. Okay, so scenario 1 does allow us still to fill the calendar with those annual events, any private functions, weddings that might come our way, low-key community events. We probably have to give the independent contractor a grace year, because we are behind the curve in terms of the industry and their booking schedule. Some of the pros to the scenario 1 is that, there's a better chance that the amphitheater, we don't know what will happen with COVID, but it does, supposing everything is on an upward trend and we're in a much better place, it would allow less chance for the amphitheater to sit dark a second year. It provides a much better chance for the independent contractor to be in place and ready to operate for next summer. And it allows them some time still to fill the schedule, especially towards the end of the summer, and would allow for some offset to our O&M through revenue generation. On the downside, however, it's a very tight timeline, and there's very, very little wiggle room to bring back another iteration of the RFP, come back multiple times regarding a contract. So very little wiggle room in scenario 1. Scenario 2, I'm calling it, it sets the stage. It's the setting the stage scenario where this board is provided great input today. It allows for staff to incorporate that input, bring it back to the board for another review. And if needed, we have at least a couple of options to come back to you, so that the new board in January has a fully vetted, inputted document from this board that then hopefully they see it in January, And early in January, they give the green light to proceed with the RFP. And so it allows the new board to at least see a well-vetted RFP and gives them the opportunity to signal. We could then begin the process, RFP process in January. And it's still, I mean, we could still work with the venue calendar in terms of filling in some of the things that we know are going to, at least the annuals, any private thing that comes our way, any community event that we can manage in-house. And then the pros is that, we begin to see the potential for some modest programming at the amphitheater, some revenue generation to offset maintenance costs, because there's costs out there, whether there's events going on or not. And then there's a potential for a new independent contractor to build in some programming potentially. And on the downside, it delays a contract at the earliest until April, at the latest June. So really getting someone in there it's a close window to actually get someone into the venue to operate it, at least at the start of the season. And I guess there's a chance that parties that might be interested in submitting a proposal today may lose interest if we postpone this. I don't know that. I have not heard, but it's a possibility, I suppose. Scenario 3 is to defer all further input and comment to the new board in January. So we would take today's input, we would build it into a draft, we would share it with the new board in January. The newly seated board takes complete they oversee the RFP process from there on. They continue to provide more input, they give the signal, staff continues to fill in the calendar as we've talked about. I guess one consideration is that, scenario 2 could play out like 3, depending on if the new board wants to kind of see the RFP multiple times after the initial time. This still allows for modest, but probably less programming at the amphitheater, some generation of revenue. On the downside, we probably don't see a contract until May at the earliest, July at the latest. It's possible at that point that a contractor may not want to really come into the building into the venue until 2020, unless they're already established there. And then, interested parties could still lose interest in this case. And there's a potential to see minimal to no programming from the independent contractor, meaning some of those higher end performances or concerts or programming that we tend to rely on our independent contractors to bring to our community. So here we are, your last discussion and point of direction, and it's I feel like a game show host, scenario 1, scenario 2, or scenario 3. And I will say that staff, we recommend 2. However, it's really a toss-up between them. We could work with. I mean, we're equally recommending both, really, but just we don't want to put pressure on the board. Just know that we are. If you choose to go with route 1, we're prepared to mobilize and proceed with scenario 1.
Thank you, Cynthia. Board members? Input?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Babbitt?
So, I think all things being equal, I would agree that we would be behind the curve, but all things are not equal, obviously. So there is such uncertainty in this realm, that I don't think we have to rush out of the gate with this. There are people who are contemplating, I think, what schedules are going to be, but given just the uncertainty, there's very little of that happening. In fact, there's still, events falling as opposed to being put on the table. So I really don't see scenario 1 as being really necessary. And I think by going to scenario 2, I think we have definitely some work. There's no way I could support moving forward with the RFP as written. It doesn't have the framework that some of you've heard of today. And I'd like to see that. So I'm happy with 2 because there is nothing chomping at the bit for that. I do think there should be an expectation that the RFP gets issued in January. Because I think if you just get a whole crew in and they go through another 3 months, it just is not, that's not good. I'm not trying to tie their hands. I'm just trying to say what the expectations should be. And so I'm really interested in the actual language to review about what we're asking and how non-prescriptive actually are we being, and how inviting of proposals, whether it's around independent local promoters or large national ones. So I would like to see that. Number 2 seems right to me. This is something, you know, government is the appropriate best entity for many, many, many things. Running entertainment venues is, from my seat, not one of them. And that's not a personal knock. It just is a function of we all have skill sets, and that's what folks do. So we should make sure we leave it to people who understand the industry. Don't be, as you said, too prescriptive. So that's where I am, number 2. And I would really like to see the language that you're hearing today and how that's going to come out. And also, and invite other people's comments, as I know you do, that whole stakeholder, what they've heard here. What are they hearing and what do they like? What do they not like? Doesn't mean it's going to go in, but it would be important to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could.
Go ahead.
All
Supervisor
right.
Ryan?
Yeah, I was, you know, I was holding out a little bit, but pretty much focused on number 2 as well. And yeah, you're right, Art. You know, I think we attempted to do it one year way back when, after we built the first stage, and we were going to attempt to bring in the entertainment and put Parks and Rec staff very consumed, but no, we aren't the ones to do it. That's why we go out and do this and what we're doing. And hopefully we can just get better and better and help this improve. So I'm good with 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else feel otherwise?
Madam Chair, this is Lena.
Yes, go ahead, Lena.
And Madam Chair and Board, I apologize. I had to step away to take a go into another meeting, but I'm back. But I like to see some wording in there about local groups being able to organize those events in the future proposal. I think that scenario 2 would be I would go with scenario 2. And I will get together with you what I miss, Cynthia. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Cynthia, do you have the direction that you need?
I do. Thank you very much. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all very much. Appreciate the thoughtful input. And yeah, we'll be bringing this back to you.
Okay, thank you. And for the individual that wrote in the chat, we did read that and we appreciate your comments and suggestions, and we'll share that with the Parks and Rec staff. All right, thank you. We're going to go on to our next item, and thank you to all who have joined us for this work session. Appreciate your time. I know there are several community folks that joined us for that session, and we appreciate your time. We're now going to go on to a presentation discussion of the monthly budget update for September, and our Finance Director, Siri Mullaney, will present this item. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to launch the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Can you see that okay?
We can see it. Yes, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for the time to give our next budget update. So our last budget update, we focused on fiscal year 20 and what our year-end trends looked like. This is our first financial update for fiscal year 21. And we will talk about our major revenues, our major fund expense trends, our FY21 budget targets that were set back when we were discussing the budget, and then any other updates. So we have 1 month of returns on our sales tax information for fiscal year 21. Just to go over the layout of this chart, you'll see this chart for our other major funds as well. But what we're showing here is our fiscal year 19 actuals, which is really our last full fiscal year of what you would see as normal seasonal trends. The red line, then the red solid line, is the fiscal year 20 information for our local sales tax. And we can see again, as a reminder, that after February is where we see the economic impact of COVID compared to fiscal year 19 sales tax information. So the fiscal year 20 information does not follow the same seasonal trends once we get to that March timeframe. Then the orange, you see an orange circle with a black outline, and that represents July actuals. So that is an actual number of what we received in local sales tax collections for sales that occurred during the month of July. Then you have orange dots that are basically the forecast moving forward in fiscal year 21. So we'll continue to update this as we go along, but just to talk through some of the method that we used to come up with our forecasts is that you can see it kind of mirrors a typical trend line, but at a lower scale. So over to the right, there's a chart that has the March, April, May, and this is a comparison to the same month, one fiscal year prior. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try and switch my screen here. Sorry about that. And try again. Okay, so hopefully now, are you just seeing the slide itself?
Yeah, perfect, because we were seeing.
Hopefully that presents better.
Like
you can see the
slide,
a little better.
And then the next slide, but now we just see this slide, so that's great.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So over on the chart, you can see the comparison to the same month 1 year prior, and how beginning again in that March timeframe, how COVID has impacted the actual sales tax that we collected in terms of a percentage and then flat dollars. And what we did was trying to be conservative as we look forward. We will continue to adjust this as information comes in, but we basically assumed that we've hit a point, at some point we will hit where we may have some stagnation until jobs start to return and the unemployment rate returns to more of a normal level. So we don't know what variation that will be. So we're just continuing to basically carry through our variance, our July variance of 8.2 through the rest of the forecast for now. And then if that improves, we will adjust our forecast accordingly to any updated percentages that we get. One thing to note on this, and you'll also see this on the state shared sales tax slide, is that the comparison to the prior month does not include the marketplace or the Wayfair decision. So back in March 2020 that we're comparing to, we did not have that sales tax in place. So that new category would definitely have made March of the prior year higher had it been included. So the lost revenue figures you're seeing is really just a flat comparison of what the March of 2020 looked like compared to March of 2019, but not what March of 2020 might have looked like, along with including the marketplace revenues and then any additional growth that we had been seeing in fiscal year 20. Another thing to note on this is that this is local sales tax, but this trend and these dollars also are something that we can draw comparisons to for the jail district funding and for the road maintenance funding. So it's not just the 1.3 million of actual drops or declines compared to the month prior, but multiplying that by a factor of basically 2.6 for lost revenue when we add in the jail district and the road maintenance sales tax. And then of course it would be much higher if we were to project it with the marketplace and then the growth that we had been seeing in fiscal year 2020. Another thing to note is that this has been a 1 year forecasted impact, but we also we'll see that ripple through our 10-year plan because we're basically resetting the baseline. And that's what we'll show in the next slide here as we look at the local sales tax from an annual perspective. So this slide has been updated from the one that you have in your packet just to include this gray shading. So what you're seeing here is from fiscal year 1995 to date, the annual local sales tax history for the county. The reason it's set at 1995 is simply just because that's the best records, the most accurate records we had going back to that time frame for this revenue source. We want to make sure that we're comparing similar information and not having different sales tax rates or different things applying, I guess, within the baseline. And so we can have a good comparison moving forward. And this happens to be the first year where we have that good information for our local sales tax. So what you're seeing in gray is a shading of what is defined by the Federal Reserve as our periods of recession. So trying to tie that to our fiscal years so we can see how behavior-wise our local sales tax has responded in times of recession and then after recession, post-recession. So we can see some of the trends that we've experienced in the past and perhaps help inform some of our forecasts moving forward. The red line, the red dot at the top of fiscal year 20 is basically if we were to have forecasted out fiscal year 20 based on the information we received from July through February, where we would have been on track to end the year pre-COVID. So we had been, again, experiencing a growth period, but knowing that we would always incorporate a recessionary projection into fiscal year 21. We were planning for that, but we were projecting originally to end fiscal year much higher than we ended up ending it. So then going back to the prior slide with the orange squares of the forecast, this is how it totals out basically on an annual basis to an annual forecast currently for fiscal year 21. Again, we'll use this to inform, not necessarily determine exactly. We have lots of different indicators we're looking at for how to project forward in the 10-year plan. We'll be bringing that at our next update, but this is just kind of a point in time and how we're starting to look at things. The other thing I would just point out in all of these is that the Great Recession period is really the most up-to-date data we have as far as a recessionary period, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this recovery or this downturn will look exactly like that one. So, we'll be continuing to pull from multiple sources as we forecast forward. So then we have the same information for our state shared sales tax. So again, the dotted line being FY19, the solid red line is fiscal year 20 with that reduction starting in March for COVID, April being a low month, and then the orange circle for what we saw this year for July so far. That's an actual number with the orange squares being a forecasted figure. We used the same method where we were basing that decline compared to prior periods. And then we were adjusting for the marketplace revenues. Those came into play in November. And so when we compare to November, we want to make sure that we're adjusting for that. Because those did bring us higher in FY20 when those came into play as far as our sales tax returns. We also have over to the right, again, a straight comparison, March compared to the prior March, April compared to the prior April. And I want to emphasize it does not represent our full impact or our full budgeted revenue loss because it is simply just one March to the other. But the prior March didn't include those revenues from the marketplace sales. Taking a look at the annual sales tax forecast again, with those recessionary periods now shaded in, that was not in your original presentation. With the red dot again representing where we were on track to end fiscal year 20 pre-COVID if we applied just the same growth rate we were seeing throughout fiscal year 20 and how we then dropped from that point and then are forecasting our fiscal year 21 at this point. Again, we'll continue to update this as we go through and get additional information on actual state shared sales tax revenues, but this is our point in time look at that fiscal year 21 forecast. Now, one thing we'll notice is that not all of the revenues follow the same pattern as far as how they have been trending compared to the prior time frame. The highway user revenue fund or gas tax is one that definitely stands out as looking a little bit different. We still saw that large decline in April, that really low point, and it fell pretty significantly, and then a return back to sort of a baseline level. But what we notice is that our July actuals up here, there we go, up here are pretty high compared to prior. So we're actually exceeding the prior July by a pretty significant amount, almost 20%. So what we need to determine is, was that a one-time kind of a heads up demand? What were the different factors that came in when we compare to prior July periods? We suspect, and you can see that from the orange squares in our forecast, is that there was some pent up demand perhaps for road trip travel and those kinds of things included in that number. So we may see another high August. We'll have to see when we get the information on August numbers, but we want to remain pretty conservative moving forward because we don't want to continue to count on this really high level of gas since it did obviously fall previously during the COVID period. And we will also experience some continued reduction in sales as people continue to telecommute, or if tourism doesn't come back to its normal baseline levels during the rest of the year. So again, the same chart with the shading for the recessionary periods. Another thing to note on the Highway User Revenue Fund is that it does make trending information a little more challenging because we had the state begin to pull back those dollars in FY09 to fund DPS. And so there is an adjustment in there. It's about a little over, well, pretty close to 600,000 actually a year of additional lost revenue that's really factored into these bars that you can't see because it was shifted to the state as part of that mandate shift in that time frame. So that begins right here in this fiscal year 09. And here is then our forecast again for fiscal year 21. You can see it's a lot closer to our 20 forecast than maybe some of our others, but we had to factor in that first month of actual being pretty high for July into our forecast. And we will again continue to update that forecast as we move forward.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan, question?
Okay. Yeah, just quickly, Siri, just so we had VLT come in and start influencing last year, and now it's going to whittle down, which will bring back that other rate effect of how much are they going to fund DPS with. But, do you have any comments on that? Or, I mean, you have it built into the trend, I'm assuming, right there.
No, that's something I would like to follow up with at our next meeting, if you don't mind, after connecting with public works staff on that and they would have probably the best information on that, or Lucinda, since you're on, if you want to address that.
Yeah, actually, I think Eric has the best explanation, because when we got the notification that the reduction would be taking place, but he can explain what the legislative piece is behind that, but it is beginning to take place. However, I did want to add, I sent out earlier this week that we have just gotten the August numbers, and they remain 20% up over August of 2019. But I don't disagree with Siri that there hasn't been, that there's been some certainly pent up travel demand. And I think those of us that are out and about certainly have seen, a lot of recreational travel is taking place right now. RVs, boats, that type of thing. So, but we are seeing the same for August that we saw in July. Eric, is there anything you want to add relative to that piece of about the VLT? Well, he might be tied up right now, but we did get our notification from ADOT that's changing, DOR. So.
Yeah, and noted, just as you're saying, the pen up is counterbalancing it, but it will be a trend that's going to play back. It's going to revert itself. So we definitely want to keep an eye on that. And then, fits into our conversations of continued advocacy of getting more revenue built into transportation elements.
All right, great, thank you.
Go ahead, Siri.
Okay. And then the next slide, we do address the vehicle license tax. And again, this is one that has been a little bit counter to the trends we've seen for our sales tax and our state shared sales tax. Again, we are thinking this is also some pent up demand, a little bit different drivers as well in the VLT. Could have some different demographics. This one seems to align a little bit more closely to the stock market, for example, and as that started to recover earlier than some of our sales tax, then it may have influenced the vehicle purchases and then other incentives that were provided by vehicle dealers during that time frame. So we do have, again, two months. So this one we have an extra month of data on compared to the others, and they are pretty high again compared to just that same month, either in fiscal year 20 or in fiscal year 19. We don't believe, obviously, from our squares moving forward, that is something that is going to continue forward. We want to be conservative again on our forecast until we have real data to show otherwise. So how that plays in again to our annual trend is really we had to forecast in, of course, those 2 months of really high actuals that we saw. So that's included in this fiscal year 21 forecast. But again, this is one that has a little bit different trend as we're looking from how recovery during recessionary periods has occurred. And again, at our next meeting, we will talk more about our long-term forecast for all of these revenue sources and how we're taking the information we're seeing so far and building out a long-term forecast for either continued decline or recovery in the future. So then moving on to general fund expenses. So what you're seeing here is our general fund payroll expenses. This excludes the COVID budget. So anything that we put in for the EOC for COVID is not included in here because it does tend to skew the numbers. So on all of these, what you'll see is the top gray line is going to be the full year budget. Then you'll have an orange line, which is basically a calculation of the budget to date. If we were to just spread out the budget equally across periods, that's what the budget would calculate to. And then the blue is what our actual expenses are. So in most categories, as we look at these, we will be under our year-to-date budget, but there's a few exceptions. One that you will notice is temporary wages and overtime as well. On temp wages, one of the biggest things that we see is that we already had a considerable amount of temp wage expense related to the first election of the year, of this fiscal year. So that is one factor that's not going to probably forecast forward, and so there'll be some catch-up work in there. And then overtime. And the reason that we'll see some things with temporary wages and overtime as we move through time, the blue line will certainly start to exceed or continue to exceed the orange line and even the gray line as we move closer towards the end of the year, because we've historically funded temp wages and overtime through vacancy savings. That is a practice we're evaluating as we move forward in future budget cycles, but we'll see definitely more capacity as we look at this regular wage comparison to the calculated budget, and then less as we look at temp and overtime. In our employee related expenses, we'll also continue to experience savings as we go through time and have turnover in those in our positions. So in general, if we were to add all of these together, we're at 96% of our personnel budget, and we are on track then to continue to capture vacancy savings per our targets that we set in the 10-year plan during budget development. We took the same look at general fund expenses. So again, the gray line is the full budget. The orange is the budget to date, just a calculation. We're 2 months in, so this is as of August. So it's simply taking that $12 million of operating budget and dividing it by 6, because we're basically 1/6 the way through the year at that point, and then comparing to what we spend. There's definitely going to be seasonality in our spending patterns, so that is not accounted for as we calculate the budget on that method, but it's one way of looking at it. And then on travel, we did the same thing, and it's really interesting to note, and this was something that we definitely projected and we worked with departments on, is really travel in person and what those expenses are versus taking advantage of a lot of the online opportunities that we're seeing right now and a lot of the virtual trainings and meetings. That's really impacted our travel in a positive way from the expense perspective of things. What you will see differently again next time is we have also met with all of the departments, and we talked about those budget targets we established during the budget development process. We had a general fund target of $3 million. I'm gonna advance my slide real quick. So we had built into the budget basically hiring strategies of 1.5 million and an operating target of 1.5 million. So that total, that's where that 3 million is coming from. And after meeting with departments, we are forecasting reductions in savings of $3 million. So we're on track. We want to especially thank all of the departments who came to the meetings to collaborate and bring their solutions, and who have worked really hard to look at where they can either hold positions or delay hires to help us meet the targets that we set. We really couldn't have done it without great collaboration from all of the members of leadership. So definitely want to point that out. Those haven't been built in. So going back one slide just to the operations here, those reductions haven't been built in yet. So next time around, as we prorate the budget to date, it will look a little lower, and this full budget will be lower because we will be adjusting for those. Most of the adjustments are going to be in travel, and then there's some in other categories as well. So we took the same look at expenses in our major funds. So the transportation fund, again, we are on track to have salary savings in our regular wages and in our ERE, as well as our temp wages and overtime. This is one area where we've been a little better about budgeting specific temp wages and budgeting overtime. So we're really on track, a lot closer, at least in the temp wages there, and trending a little lower on overtime, although there may be some seasonality factors in that as well. So they are at about, if we were to add it all up, 88% of the budget, of the forecasted budget just year to date. And we took the same look on the expense side. And again, we are excluding contingency from this calculation. And things are trending under. Travel is non-existent so far from what we've seen, but that is likely to change. We also met with the Public Works team and were able to identify additional savings from hiring strategies and operational reductions, similar to the discussions we had about the general fund budgets. And they were able to identify about 2.5 million of savings. So that has not been factored into these numbers. We haven't reduced their budget yet for those identified commitments. But that is another thing we wanted to point out that the Public Works team was able to bring to the table, is they also have been experiencing revenue changes from the gas tax. The public health district funds. So same thing, and I do want to point out this slide is actually updated from the version that you were emailed. It has updated year-to-date numbers. So the blue lines have different numbers in them. So we are a little closer than originally forecasted compared to budget on all of these categories. So again, though we are trending overall under budget, but overtime is one area again where we probably need to rethink how we've been handling it with vacancy savings. But in total, we are under our forecast for the budget when we add all these together compared to year to date. Again, we did the same thing on the operating and travel expenses, and also met with this department and team members, and they identified additional hiring strategies and operating reductions of 124,500. So those have not been taken or adjusted in the budgets at all, but it is a commitment that the department brought forward. So we want to thank them again for their collaboration as well, and point out that although it wasn't part of the general fund target, we appreciate the thought that came into those meetings that we had. And then the last one that we're showing are the general fund expenses. And same look with the full budget on top and our year-to-date compared to a calculated budget, mostly trending under. Overtime is one area, again, that will continue to trend over in the jail district, just again, based on our experience and how we've tended to increase overtime when we've had vacancies. We do have vacancies year-to-date in this fund, and so it is leading to higher overtime. Excuse me. And then ERE. So again, we're less than 90% of budget if we were to add all of these together for this fund. Taking the same look from operations and travel, again, travel not registering yet as far as expenses. It may change, but so far it's been, we haven't had any travel expenses. And then just showing that again, we're under on our jail district operations as well, compared to just dividing out the budget by the 12 periods and what we've where we are so far in the year. And although we did not talk specifically about jail district, as far as budget savings, I'll point out that they are on track to be under budget, in particular as we look at their regular wages and their ERE. When we look at this all together, they will end up with budget savings, although we didn't necessarily identify specific items that will be adjusted in the budget to create those savings. So then the last thing I have is just moving forward again, our next presentation. So we only have, of course, very limited fiscal year 21 information right now for this update, but we are going to continue to track what we're getting and in all of our revenue categories, and come back next time with a longer term update so we can see, compared to the long term that you saw back in budget adoption timeframe, how assumptions may have changed a little bit and how we're working that into the long term plan. So with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Siri. Thank you so much. Are there any questions to the presentation right now? from board members?
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes. Go ahead.
Siri, I was wondering how our year is going, budget to date, how it compares, say, to a normal year without the COVID virus, like last year and the days and the years before. Kind of just off the top of your head. You don't have to go into a great deal of explanation.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Parks. It's a great question. That's one of the things that we tried to look at, and it's why we also excluded kind of the COVID response expenses from the look that we were presenting today. We do tend to come in under budget earlier on in the year. If we were to do this same analysis, we looked at 2 years prior just to look for any kind of large variances, because again, we're excluding COVID. And in some cases, because of those commitments from departments, we're actually trending better compared to our budget. But knowing that we have commitments, we had the $3 million target to meet, so we would expect that. So we're on track to meet those savings targets. We may not be on track to meet additional savings targets. And of course, that all excludes any expenses going towards COVID. And then we have the impact on the other end of things from the revenue side, which is less positive than we would normally see.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Are there any other questions on the budget report? Thanks, Siri. That's a really nice, even nice graphics and the detail report that you're giving us. Are there any other questions from our board members or comments? Okay, seeing none,
Just
okay.
if I may, Madam Chair, just a quick comment. No, I'm watching trends. That's good. Knowing a little bit more of the conversations and the detail of, you know, give and take and how, okay, we're moving away from vacancy savings, how we adapt associated with that. You know, I have an interest there. So I see broad trends. That's good. Very good to see what they are. And, you know, just I'll be curious. Right now, I haven't put a lot of time into it to ask about those, but will with time. All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. County Manager Jane, do you have any additional comments to the report?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I didn't know if there was any other board member comments. If there's
Supervisor Babbitt, if there's.
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I'm good. I appreciate, Jimmy and I had a little conversation last night about what the change in trajectory. It's there. We don't know if it's going to be permanent or not. And so, no, I appreciate the regularity of this, because I appreciate it in good times, and I more appreciate it in difficult, uncertain times with what we're in. So thanks very much.
And I also approve the colors of the charts. I can read them. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I appreciate the feedback. And Siri, I just wanted to say thank you to you and John and Megan for your thoughtfulness in putting this together. As we've mentioned over the last several months, this is evolving and will continue to, as Siri did state, and we'll take feedback we get from you all, both at the meeting and in between, if you have some other suggestions of what adds value in the sharing of information. As we've talked about before, budgeting is a 12-month process that has some more deliberate times built into it. But I think the partnership with departments right now is really part of the key in success in meeting the spending targets that we committed to the board to do. And we are on track to meet those, as Siri showed. Again, so it's about partnership with departments. I want to say thank you to all of the departments for the willingness to come to the table in a genuine way for us to have this conversation. And again, this is evolving. There is great uncertainty. what does, the current trend in numbers right now mean, for example, for, our local economy. We saw what, 8.2%, 8 point something percent decrease in our county sales tax. That's 1 month. We saw some obviously drastic large increases back to April, which I believe was 36% year over year decrease. So, we're just taking a very cautious approach, and I would commend the board for going into the FY21 budget with a very conservative lens with both revenues and expenditures. And I think what we want to, one of our goals today is to show you that we are on track to continue to meet those. But we'll be back in October every month. Siri will be updating these numbers. Like she said, we'll be coming back at the next October board meeting, which this report will typically be at the end of each month. That will change some in November and December and January. But largely speaking, come back with updated numbers that reflect, the current trajectory of where we're at. But I think we're in a great place and to manage the situation that we're in, again, given the great uncertainty that we have ahead of us. But I just want to again say thank you, Siri, for your professionalism. You are doing an amazing job in unpacking these numbers for all of us and for the public that we serve. As Mr. Babbitt would say, those that pay our salaries. And we are, want to be very responsible with taxpayer money. We want to make sure we're being transparent about that as well. So, Madam Vice Chair, thank you so much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has for me.
Thank you, Jimmy. Are there any questions or comments for Jimmy at this moment? Supervisor Babbitt, did you want to add another comment?
I did have just one. As we walk this forward, can you just remind us, and it doesn't have to be now, if there were specific triggers for actions or timing for reevaluation that we had I can't remember every detail, but I know those were some of the conversations, and there were specific times we were going to do perhaps decision-making around these numbers. I don't need it now, but can you just refresh the board in a simple little email if that actually occurred, and if they did, what those general questions or context to those triggers and decision points are?
So, Madam Vice Chair, if I can, and then Siri, if you have anything else to add, I can give you an overall answer right now, Supervisor Babbitt, that we had in concept agreed that we would get through, and have 6-ish months of data, and that when we come back in January, we've already scheduled some more in-depth time with the new board to give an update of where we're at with budget, especially having 2 new board members, that we can walk through this and then make some different, some other decisions at that point on whether there's modification that's needed based on, almost 6 months of real data.
Yes, and Chair, if you don't mind if I add, so thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. I think that's a good point. The approach that we're also looking at, besides the updates, and next month we will have another look at that long term, is really thinking as we're going into the fiscal year 22 budget development. The targets that we had put in for fiscal year 21 are really important, regardless of what the ending revenue figures look like, to hopefully avoid then additional reductions as we move into the long-term plan, because what we did include in that plan in the original budget had more continuous reductions moving forward. So it will hopefully, by seeing somewhat better than forecasted originally numbers, we can carry that through and avoid future reductions versus kind of continuing the path we're on this year.
Great. Thank you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Siri. And I want to thank all the departments. And this is a real teamwork that is presented to us. Siri makes it sound so simple, so smooth, but it is all the departments and all the other elected officials that work together. We went into this year, our budget this year, with great concern because of just the uncertainty. And thank you so much for tracking our budget and making sure that we are on track and making sure that we are carrying out what we had planned to do. I know that it is difficult and we are still walking in this uncertain path right now. So thank you for the monthly presentation. Thank you so much. I want to see a supervisor, our Madam Chair is back with us.
I am. Thank you,
Yes.
Vice Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you for chairing the meeting for those 5 minutes there. I appreciate that. So thank you, Siri. We'll move on to our next item. I will encourage board members, if you need to take a water break, to do so as you see fit, because we're not going to really have time for an actual planned break. And so we're going to go on to our next item, which is an update, discussion, and possible action regarding the Coconino County response to COVID-19 pandemic. And we have Deputy County Manager Dr. Marie Peoples, who will present this item, as well as some other folks from the public health team. Dr. Peoples?
Hi, good afternoon. My apologies, had trouble getting off mute. So I do want to share some information with you, and the goal today was to share brief information since the board has seen in-depth information presented at last night's meeting. And as I share this information, hopefully that will leave additional time for question and answer. We do have our lead epidemiologist, Matt Maurer, with us today to answer some more of those precise questions from the board. So Chair Archuleta, give me just a second and I'll share my screen. Great. Okay, so what you see here is our weekly case counts among Coconino County residents. And unfortunately, we are experiencing an increase in our cases, which is what we'll spend quite a bit of the time talking about. You can see for week ending 9/12, we had 119 confirmed cases. And then our rate per 100,000 was at 80. And again, as the bar graph indicates, both of those have increased. And that rate of 80, we have not seen since mid-June, earlier in June. And then we also saw it towards the latter part of May. So of course, that does give us cause for concern as we move forward with our COVID response. And then here you see this broken out by, by jurisdiction within the county. And what I really wanted to point to here is that unfortunately, the trending cases with 114 of those, 108 were within Flagstaff. So we are seeing it within our population base and where we have the most population density. And then this slide shows where we're at as well, and with the 80.2. And then what I really shared last night was some hot off the press information. And this is where I would ask Matt Maurer if you can join us and start chiming in. And I'll go back to the slide. Let's see, I passed it. I apologize. Okay, there we are. To the slide where it shows that with the newest updated information as of 9/21, it shows us at having 123.6 per 100,000. And so that is quite a bit of an increase. And some of what we have tried to do very diligently within the community is share the new process for case reporting with our antigen numbers. And so we've had more providers and primarily NAU using antigen tests, which is great. It's another tool in the toolbox, but it does change how we're reporting, and not just the fact that they're using those tests changing the reporting. I misspoke a little bit. It's based on new case definitions, which have been adopted by Arizona State Department of Health. And so that really has, with the new definition and with the increase of these sorts of tests in our community, it does change the look of our data just a little bit. So with that, Matt, I would ask you to help walk through some of this, if you can start getting on camera. And while Matt's doing that, I'm going to share a little bit of new information as well that we learned today late afternoon from the Arizona Department of Health Services. And that is that they are transferring 89 cases to us. And these cases are going to be over the last 2 weeks. So they're going to be retroactively or retrospectively applied to the date in which they were found to be positive. The reason that this is happening, and these are not antigen cases, and we'll get some more information out as soon as we get additional information. These are from the ASU saliva testing, and these are cases that did not have complete addresses, and so they were erroneously included in Maricopa County's data. So now that Maricopa and the state have had time to look through these 89 cases are in fact Coconino County cases. And so those will be shifting some of the numbers that we see on the dates over the past 2 weeks. And the real takeaway from this is that no matter how we look at it, we have an increase in positive COVID cases in our community. So this is a real call to action for the mask and face covering wearing, hand washing, and continuing with the physical distancing, as unfortunately our community is dealing with a spike in cases. So with that, Matt, I would ask you to join us, and then Madam Chair, we can pause at any time, of course, to answer questions from the board.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Matt, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank everybody for having me here today to present some of this information. So let me start off with the antigen test in general. So it's a Quidel Corporation. It's a Sophia machine is what it's referred to that tests for the presence of an active infection of COVID-19. It received its approval from the FDA on May 8th of 2020. And it's a point of care test, meaning that we can get providers or clinicians can get immediate results of somebody they suspect might have the COVID-19 illness. So with that, this antigen test, it can provide a results in just minutes. And what it looks for is it looks for parts of the virus, looks for a protein within this virus or viral material. And so as it is not as accurate as the PCR test, while it is very sensitive for the COVID-19, or it's the SARS-CoV-2 virus is the actual name of the virus. The illness is the COVID-19. But it is very sensitive for picking up pieces of that virus. But because of the not quite being as effective at identifying true cases of COVID-19, the case within the new case definition that I think you've all heard was put together by the Council of State and Territorial Epidemiologists and adopted by the state of Arizona last week. They included this test result, a positive test result from this antigen test within a probable case definition. Now, probable case definitions are not new to reportable diseases or illnesses in general. Many of our 85 reportable diseases have a probable case definition. It's where we believe with very high suspicion that somebody is infected with a particular virus, bacteria, some type of microorganism. However, there is confirmatory testing, and with the case of COVID-19, that is the PCR test, that is the confirmed cases. So with this new case definition that was adopted by ADHS last week, we move forward with determining that there is, that this antigen test is valuable for identifying active infection within our community. And we began combining this week both our confirmed and probable cases within our total number of case counts.
So Matt, just the takeaway here is the ADHS has asked us to do that, combine the probables with the COVID confirmed.
Yeah, so ADHS has always combined the confirmed and probables. In the past, the probable case definition was for antibody testing, which is a blood test. It's a serology blood test, and it looks for antibodies, looks for exposure to an illness and the potential of a past infection. And when that began back in, it was April, I believe, then ADHS combined their confirmed and probable cases at that time. We did not. We left them separate. We left our confirmed and probable separate from each other. But now that the probable case definition no longer includes those antibody tests, but includes more active infection, we along with ADHS, decided it would be important to move forward. So they're reporting, when they report the numbers out on their dashboard, they do report combined confirmed and probable numbers. And when they assess our level of transmission, being at a moderate or substantial or even minimal, hopefully we get there one day, they are reporting on a combined confirmed and probable, confirmed probable cases.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else, Matt?
Let's see. So just as Dr. Peoples was referring to, we are seeing this increase in cases, the majority of them being in Flagstaff. We started to see the increase 2 weeks ago and then continued to see that increase last week. As far as that goes, I think I'll just go along with any questions that you might have, unless there was something else you wanted me to discuss or mention.
Okay, thank you. So, well, I just want to talk a little bit about the cases that Dr. Peoples mentioned today that we just got word about, and that the cases will be attributed to us based on address and based on zip code, I suppose. Or can you just go through that again, Dr. Peoples? And I'm sure the question people maybe have in their mind right now, well, why now? Like, why are there not addresses that were attached to those before that could be easily identified as being Coconino counties? Can you offer a little bit more insight into that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. And I'll give it a go, and then I'll ask Mr. Maurer to join this conversation. As the lead epidemiologist, and I'm really pleased to have Matt with us here today, he and others, Mike Oxtoby in particular, interact with ADHS quite a bit on how our data comes to us. And this is all part of the electronic reporting that comes through, which is terrific. But in order for it to be attributed to us, there has to be certain fields that are available. And with the ASU testing, there are fields that are not required, and those include many of the address, phone number components. The only field that really is required is the email, and that is how the individual that's being tested gets their results back. And so in order for it to be attributed to us, there do have to be those, for us as a county, those specific demographics filled out of address. And in this instance, I believe with these 89 cases, there were not addresses included. So the address was instead listed as the state laboratory, which of course is in Phoenix and in Maricopa. So that's where they were attributed. And it took some sifting to get them then referred back to the proper county. This is not a new phenomenon. We just, because of our testing that we have operationalized at Fort Tuthill, and with us doing our own data entry into MedSys and working with TGen and local partners, we've been able to have it more localized and have had a little bit more control over the data. And so it's still a real learning process for us. And even though it's a learning process for us, as both Mike Oxtoby and Matt Maurer can share, the other counties that are engaged with the ASU saliva testing, they're learning from us because we really are still first in this space outside of Maricopa. So while these things are quite frustrating when they occur, we are working through them really rapidly. And so Matt, I would look to you and see if there's anything else that you would want to add. I will just close by saying is that we can anticipate receiving more from ADHS as we continue to go through this address look back process and have them attributed, hopefully not over the previous period. Hopefully this 89 will catch us up. But until those data fields are required, it's likely that we'll continue to see a little bit of a lag and more cases come through.
Yeah, that was perfect. Summed it up very well. Those cases were reported to Maricopa County. And then when we were, not us, but when they were able to identify the true address and living situation of those cases, then that's when they were transferred to our jurisdiction.
So Madam Chair. Okay, I'm sure there's other questions. I'll let the other supervisors go now. Probably one of them will cover the question that I may have in my mind here. So Supervisor Fowler and then Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering how, we've been meeting with the public schools and and they're gauging whether to open up and when to open up, and I'm just wondering how this will impact their plans. I don't know if you've already analyzed that, but that would be, I think that's where the impact is going to be.
So thank you so much, Vice Chair Fowler. As we've shared before, we have weekly and sometimes much more than weekly meetings, particularly with FUSD, and then we have our biweekly meeting with all of the schools and charters. There is a FUSD, specifically speaking to FUSD athletics, there is a school board meeting this evening where I believe there's going to be some additional decisions made. Our team members have been invited to participate in that, so we will partner and be there to answer any data questions that their board has as they go about their decision-making process with their superintendent. Kim Musselman as the Health and Human Services Director will be there, and Erica Shaw as the school liaison will be present, and then Mr. Maurer is also planning on being present as well. So I don't know what those decisions will be, but they certainly have some tough decisions to be made. In terms of the 89 cases that were attributed to us, and this really just happened, I think even as close to like 2 p.m. today, we have not had an opportunity to see, we know they're Coconino County, but we have not had an opportunity to dive in and see if these also are Flagstaff or if they're in outlying areas. And so I don't know that we'll have that information to help them make their decisions tonight. Irregardless of that, we do see the data increases over the last 2 weeks.
Supervisor Ryan?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Marie and Matt. So the piece that you're bringing up, not only associated with cases, but those that don't test positive, but we have tests. We just went through a little bit of a conversation about trying to get reimbursement. And so it's just to make the point that hopefully in your conversations, as you try and track this, that we bring the whole piece back together to continue to advocate, knowing where if we can pick up that that field that has the zip code, if we get into a discussion about potentially at least identifying that we had X number of tests that came from Yavapai or came from Maricopa, for that matter, that's an aspect that we need to pay attention to in terms of our reimbursement piece. So that, I thought that's where you were heading, Liz, but just want to make sure that we all chase after that one. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Any other comments at this time?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to thank you, and I want to thank Matt. I had watched Monday morning Facebook, and I just appreciated the work you did there, and then also for Marie and Kim last night. It is on a great day, it's a bumpy road, and these just changing pieces that get done for arguably very good reasons still are bumpy. They make it bumpier. But I just, I appreciate you all doing good outreach. We still have work to do on that very clearly. There's still chatter that is going to come, but I just thanks for being available and responsive so people can at least feel like there's a place to go to for information. So thanks.
Anyone else? Supervisor Parks?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, I just wanted to thank you and Dr. Peoples for putting this all together, and this explained a couple of things to me, your presentation, Matt, and thank you for the work you've done. Thank you for your continuation of it, and Godspeed, carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is going to be for the cases that are now going to be attributed to us because they went to Maricopa County before, and then ADHS sorted it out, and now they're coming back to us, or coming to us. So how will that be reported in the data? Because I just want to be prepared for people who are tuning in right now, and then tomorrow if they see this number of was it 89? Trying to look through my notes. How much was it, Doctor? How many were they, Dr.?
It was 89, yes, ma'am.
89. So the 89, how will that show up then in the chart and the graphs?
So they'll be broken down and attributed to each day. Matt, go ahead. This is your house.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. So they're sending those through our reportable database MedSys, and we're going to capture them, get them within our data, and then send them off to our investigation team to investigate these cases. And looking at, they sent us a spreadsheet with just MedSys ID, which is a ID that when you get reported into our database, it's an ID that's associated with your profile. And looking at the dates on what they sent us of those 89 cases, they were dated all the way back to September 1st. And so we're looking at cases from September 1st all the way up to yesterday, and they will get attributed in the dates that they're associated with, in the weeks that they're associated with.
Okay. And then those will be available by zip code, like we've been reporting out by zip code as well.
Yeah, they're going to be by zip code. They're going to be within the week in which they were reported, in which the test we got the test results, and then yeah, zip code and gender, and as well as all the rest of the demographic information we report on.
Okay. All right, great. And then there'll be then, of course, a rate that will be calculated based on that data as well. Then that'll be updated, the rate.
Yes.
The transmission. Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. Obviously, that may change where we're at right now according to the ADHS guidelines and what the governor put out in terms of its minimal, moderate, and substantial.
Yes.
Those three labels or terms to indicate where a community is at. And so we'll be looking forward to seeing the data then tomorrow and the new charts to see what that looks like. And do you think it'll be tomorrow, or do you think it'll take a little longer to get that information? And I just want to make sure that we're managing expectations here.
Yeah, so we've been producing those weekly reports Thursday. It's a lot of data to gather, a lot of information to go through, and then having them ready for Friday. And so I would say that the updated information from all the previous weeks, particularly last week, is a huge concern on the increase that we saw. We're going to be putting together all that information Thursday and then reporting that out Friday morning.
Okay, super. So Thursday, reporting it out Friday morning. It'll have the updated 89 cases and then any additional cases that we have data for this week.
And then ADHS's report comes out Thursday, and that is through 2 weeks ago. So the report that they're coming out with is date ending September 12th, which is the same date that we use for our report that was put out last Friday. So they're about a week behind us in reporting the data. And they have mentioned the potential, at least with the new cases, of us being in a substantial transmission category because of the case rate. So looking at the minimal, moderate, and substantial transmission levels, our COVID-like illness, which is one of those benchmarks, has been very low. Our positivity yield has been hanging right around 5%, which is right on the verge between minimal and moderate. And so it is that case rate, it is that rate of transmission, which is associated with the number of cases that we have within our community, is where we've been increasing and on that borderline between moderate and substantial. And so there is potential when their report comes out that our numbers from that week ending September 12th could potentially put us into that substantial transmission category.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor.
So just really quickly on that. So that's a week late. So we could get into the scenario where earlier we are in substantial, but based on the data you're bringing it forward, I mean, I'm just theoretically maybe in moderate there because of that disconnect of when those cases got assigned to the state data and when they are reporting. Is that, am I?
Yes, that's exactly
Okay.
right, Supervisor Babbitt. And the fact that we put out this report, our last weekly report last week, and the case definitions all changed last week. And so ADHS is using these antigens and probable cases within their total case counts. It's just a very weird transitional time right now between ADHS reporting, our reporting, and the transition that we have going on. And I've expressed to them to let us know, to let me know, so that way I can run through the data with them and make sure what they are reporting is completely accurate as far as all of those cases being associated with our residents.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
So these cases, thank you, Madam Chair. These cases that that have been just reported to us, so we will start doing contract tracing, or have they already conducted those contact tracing?
They will be assigned to our investigators. If there has been any work on the cases, we will of course take that from ADHS or Maricopa County, but it's unlikely that there's been a lot done since they were just found to be our cases. So those will move over to our staff for the investigations. And I want to echo a couple of things that Matt said, if I can, and that is that with the change in the case definitions that ADHS went to last week, they made that decision on Wednesday. We had a press release out by Friday, so really proud of the staff. With that, as Supervisor Babbitt indicated, there's more communication that needs to be done, and we will continue doing that. We're reaching out to lots of partners, but the change in the case definitions and then having these 89 cases attributed to us over the past couple of weeks, it is incredibly likely that we will move categories. And just want to, really, while this is not good news for the community, echo and just really praise the work that the team is doing all the way from case and investigators, monitoring the FEs, the entire team, because I wish we could bring you any news other than this. It is not good news to bring, and I appreciate the dialogue and the discussion, and we will move forward together and try to continue being a resource for all aspects of our community, business, schools, just individuals trying to understand what's happening, because it's hard for us to understand. I mean, the game literally changes daily with how we're either receiving data, not receiving data, support from ADHS, and just how we're communicating. And so I just want to share that it is has been an interesting ride, and we know that at times may not feel transparent to the community, but often it is just real time that we're learning something and then trying to process it and get it out. So thanks to the team, and thanks to the board for helping us and helping us communicate in the gap many times. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, Matt or Dr. Peoples. On these recently reported cases that are going to change our numbers back to September 12th, were there more cases previously that were not reported or not attributed to our county that might have come from Coconino County? Might this have happened before that we don't know about?
I don't think so, and I don't think to that extent. The cases fluctuate often. That's not rare. We'll have cases that we investigate and end up transferring to other counties that don't rightfully belong with us. And in that same regard, we'll occasionally get cases from other counties. This is the first time, and I'd certainly ask, Matt, if I say something incorrect, please jump in. This is the first time that we've seen a batch like this that has been attributed incorrectly be transferred to us. But having some data ebb and flow in between where people live, work, reside is common.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, if there's nothing further from any of the other supervisors, I think we're going to we will thank Matt again, thank Dr. Peoples, and I think Dr. Peoples, you're going to take us to item number 33, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, super. Let's go ahead and do that. This is item number 33. This is a discussion and possible action to approve an intergovernmental agreement with Northern Arizona University to authorize the sharing of data and resources to conduct disease investigation related to COVID-19 in cases affiliated with NAU. And again, I'll have Deputy County Manager Dr. Peoples introduce the item.
Well, Chair Archuleta, I cannot think of a more timely item considering the discussion and what we're seeing with cases. So really pleased to be able to bring this item to the board for consideration. What you have before you is an intergovernmental agreement between the county and Northern Arizona University so that we can share staff and be able to share data back and forth across our organizations for contact tracing and monitoring of COVID-19 cases. Along with this, it takes resources, and NAU as a partner in this has dedicated at this point in time 7 full-time staff for the most part, and Ms. Farley can share some of the details and correct that if it's wrong. But these staff will be NAU staff, but they will be assigned to the county and to the health district in particular to assist with NAU affiliated cases. And so we're really pleased to have this partnership. And with that, we do have Ms. Christy Farley, who is the Vice President, and Ms. Farley, I want to make sure I get your title right, Vice President of External Affairs and Partnerships. And so what a great title also in terms of talking about partnerships. So with that, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd turn it over to Ms. Farley to share.
Great, well, welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Archuleta and Dr. Peoples, for the opportunity to discuss with the board today this emerging partnership. We have engaged in a number of conversations, as you can imagine, over the last few weeks. We started with the partnership related to increased testing through the federal surge opportunity with the Department of Emergency Military Affairs and the state and the federal government. And we were pleased to be able to offer an additional testing site on the Northern Arizona University campus to not only our population of the NAU community, but also the community of Flagstaff and all of Coconino County, to be able to do a walk-up testing site in addition to the drive-up site at Fort Tuthill. We have found that site to be highly used by the community. And as we transitioned from that site when the federal support ended to the ASU saliva testing site, we stopped with just a 48-hour turnaround and began with the saliva testing. That has picked up, and I think as we look at the testing numbers, Dr. Matt Maurer did a great job with an overview of what we have in terms of the benchmarks related to positivity. And then Dr. Mujan yesterday also talked about the impact to the hospitals and where Flagstaff Medical Center is related to the lowest rates that they have seen at Flagstaff Medical Center for hospital cases that are COVID related. So while we continue to see the raw numbers of positive cases increase, I think that it will be important for part of our next discussion to also include just how much the raw numbers in terms of total testing has also increased in our community, while we have kept the positivity rate fairly low. So yes, the total numbers of cases are going up, and this is very challenging for us as a community to talk about and to change our status. But this step that we are taking in partnership with the county is so integral to the next step of containing the spread of the disease by identifying individuals who are asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic and talking to them and moving them into isolation, and then those that are in close contact into a quarantine status, and then anyone who is NAU affiliated. We are providing services to those students in particular. That includes meal delivery and other services so that they will be compliant with those isolation requirements throughout. And we think that that's so important so that we can continue to provide both the educational benefits that we think are necessary as well as to contain the spread within our community. So we're grateful for this partnership with the county. We have dedicated both a supervisor and then 7 additional full-time staff who will be integrated into the county contact investigation and tracing team. They will primarily serve the NAU related cases, but that is their first priority, with the commitment that we are a community and any time that is left over is to serve any other community cases. And so we look forward to working together, and we think that this really is a great model for the rest of the state. So, Madam Chairwoman, I'm happy to answer any questions and really appreciate the opportunity and the great teamwork to bring this before you today.
Great. Well, let me see if there are any questions about the specific intergovernmental agreement. Any questions, supervisors, around the agreement that is being proposed and before us? Okay, there are none. Let me just say on behalf of the board, we are very enthusiastic about this intergovernmental agreement. We certainly appreciate the outcomes of it, which would be the sharing of the data and the resources to conduct the disease investigations affiliated with NAU. You know, we are one community, and the county certainly can use the assistance that this partnership will bring to fruition. And so we really want to thank you for that. It is significant, both in financial resources and human resources, and then just in outcomes for our community. So we greatly appreciate that. If there are no questions or no further comments, then I would be prepared to put forward, entertain a motion to approve this IGA with NAU. Supervisor Ryan, it looks like you may be prepared to do that.
Madam Chair, I am. I move that we approve the IGA with NAU to authorize the sharing of data and resources to conduct disease investigations related to COVID-19 in cases affiliated with NAU. And I do want to comment afterwards, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor
second.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Ryan, a second by Supervisor Fowler, and comments. Supervisor Ryan?
I want to express my appreciation also. When we need partnerships, and they're not always coming forward, we really appreciate what you're doing here, Christy, with NAU. And just to think how important staying ahead of this with our student population that's here is, that's the ultimate, that you're working together with the community as well. We really appreciate everything that you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Others? Okay, so we have a motion, a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. All right, thank you. We are now going to go to item number 34, and this is discussion, update, and possible direction to staff regarding state and/or federal legislative or administrative matters. Public Affairs Director Eric Peterson is here to present this item.
Hello, Madam Chair. Hope everyone hears me well. We've got just a couple of quick updates to give you, mostly on the federal side of the world, because that's where all the news is in government affairs. So first of all, the top story, as everyone knows, is the Supreme Court vacancy due to the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We do expect that a nominee will be put forward by the president on Saturday. The Senate Majority Leader has secured at least 50 votes, and Mr. Romney of Utah made that 51 today to move forward with a nomination. that sometime this year, not yet decided on before the election or after. However, I think it will be quickly, and Bob and Anna and I have talked, it will come quickly. We do expect that next week the Senate could begin the hearing process if they are going to do hearings, another thing that has not yet been completely determined, or will go direct to the floor with a nominee. We do expect a woman to be named per the White House statements. The leading contenders, all three are women, and all three have recently been confirmed by the Senate, so their background check should not take a long time. That's all important to the county because it does affect other things on the plate that the county would deal with. First of all, the government is scheduled to shut down at the end of this month, at the end of the federal fiscal year, if there is not a continuing resolution for funding. The House Democrats did pass a continuing resolution to continue funding through December 11th. But that bill that was passed did not include the funding for the Commodity Credit Corporation, which is a major piece of the farm industry, providing capital to agriculture. The Senate Republicans have objected to that. There's now a bit of squabbling on whether or not the House is going to be forced to pass another bill again, another clean CR, including that, or if the Senate will pass a CR, including the Farm Bill CCC funding, and send it back to the House. So that's a process consideration. We do expect them to clear that process up, get the bills to the president to fund the government through December 11th. That is the day, December 11th. Both houses have agreed to, not passed into the new Congress, but they will have to come back in a lame duck status to deal with the matter of funding the government in whatever manner they will choose. Thirdly, it is highly unlikely, given the Supreme Court vacancy, the work to be done on the CR, and then the remaining time on the calendar, that there will be any real effort put in by either house to come to table and try to negotiate another COVID relief package, which we, of course, would look for state and local direct and flexible funding out of. It is not impossible, but it is highly, highly, highly unlikely that the federal government will take action on that before the election, possibly in the lame duck, but again, still quite possibly not. So we may be waiting for the new Congress, which is my best guess. And again, Bob and Anna and I talked earlier today, and we agree with that sentiment. That is likely the new Congress that will take that action, should it be taken. We do have one major bill that is pending that does affect our county, and that's the Sunset Crater transfer legislation. The bills are in both houses. The House bill is in Chairman Grijalva's committee. He has signed on as a co-sponsor, which is an incredibly uncharacteristic thing of a chairman to do of a bill going to their committee if they are not the original author. He has agreed to do that. Again, this bill, the area around the administration offices of the Sunset Crater Monument would transfer from the Forest Service to the Park Service. It's 97 acres. It's unfortunate that we've had to go through such a process for quite a simple transfer of land. But that is, we have the possibility that we can get to, hopefully, post a Supreme Court nomination and that whole conversation. There will likely be another markup of some kind in Energy and Natural Resources, Murkowski's committee, which McSally does sit on. And then is our goal to push to get that bill into markup there so that the House can meet and we can try to get this done in this Congress and be done with this little issue. The other issue that is affected, and we've reported on this on weekly things, is the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, the only bill that has been reauthorized for a string of, I think, 57 years now without issue. That bill will get reauthorized through conference committee, but it will likely come in the lame duck session as well. The chairs have not indicated that they are anywhere near close to coming together as the houses. I think that speaks to the polarization of the election year. The conference committee has not even yet been named by either the House or the Senate to sit on that conference committee and do that. Why is that important to us? There are two issues in that bill. In both versions, the House and the Senate, is the transfer of that 3,000 acres of Camp Navajo to the state, which we support. So that will happen. We're just waiting on them to come together and get the bill done. The second issue is the Grand Canyon Centennial Protection Act is in the House version of that bill. And that again is the area of the watershed around the Grand Canyon being removed from mineral extraction. It is in the House version. And obviously we have a policy position to support such actions. So once the committee is named, we are prepared to advocate with the conference committee members to move in. Bob and Anna have approached the Armed Services Committee chairs to talk with them about the importance of that issue in relation to the bill. So that is my update. I'll be happy to answer questions for you as we move very quickly into October, and the election season will ramp up into high gear.
Thank you, Eric, for that overview. Are there any questions for Eric at this time? Okay, well, Eric, as always, you'll let us know what we can do to try to move some of this forward, and especially the Sunset Crater issue. I mean, that seems like it's straightforward. We would think we could get that done. Still is hope that we can get that done, and
exactly.
If there's anything that we can do to help move that along that we haven't done already, I'm sure you will make sure that you plug us in on that. I think Supervisor Ryan had something, and then I'll call on County Manager Jane. Supervisor Ryan?
Oh, are we following with more legislative, or are we stopping right there, Eric?
So Mr. Ryan, I didn't have any more to update you on, but you're welcome. If we want to talk about anything more, we can continue on.
Actually, I was just curious from your guys' perspective on the CSA meeting that you all went through just recently, how it went.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. There were, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'll just give a quick synopsis and then, okay. So we did, the CSA board did discuss and look at the items. I really want to applaud the chairwoman. I noticed that many of the other counties didn't have to explain why. I don't think anyone was expecting us to explain why we should adopt our proposals, but we did explain why. So that's always good, right? Why are we doing this?
Why to get a jump start?
Right. So the meeting went very well. Our conversation as lobbyists is that, certainly the short-term rental piece that we adopted last year, the commercial definition, no one has any issue with or has expressed any issue. Those that were a bit reticent last year, especially the large counties, saw the vote, and I think we all understand what is the Airbnb, I'll just be blunt, community going through with the pandemic. What will be the reception of the legislature? We don't know, but we have to start a policy process even before the election to know who we're going to be dealing with and such. But the assessors do intend to take it to ACO, as we've noted, and we expect the ACO to endorse it. So we'll be part of that coalition. Broadband, so you're all aware, is a growing statewide topic. It is not just us, so we are perfectly poised to be the person who drops the item on the table. That is really a statewide conversation. Craig has also reached back out to us, and we have engaged Matt Fowler and Helen Costello because NACO is going to provide the tested app data to CSA, and we're going to be the pilot to visualize that data down to the micro dot on county mapping system. Unfortunately, the way NACO has presented much of that data, it looks like Coconino County is well covered with broadband. Well, that's, when you have to drill down into the data to really see that we don't have great coverage. We know this. Flagstaff is relatively well covered. So we, CSA and IT have connected, and they are working on a timeline to plot that data so that we can use that as an advocacy tool to talk about the importance of broadband for our county. Other issues really went along well. A lot of counties pulled some things back. Gila County of note pulled many of their items. Other counties, some have left things in. I do think we'll need to have a conversation on October 6th at our roundtable, which is intended to do about the issue of car allowances in Pinal County. I do think that is a potentially touchy subject. And then also, there's Pinal County has added the definition of a day into its legislative package in relation to service members. So there's some things there. We are preparing your binders. We anticipate having them to you this time next week, Thursday next week, the 1st, so that you'll have time to look through them before the October 6th roundtable and then heading on. ACO is under their process moving forward with some things, and I'll just be, so everyone's aware, there is a salary bill from ACO again, included in their legislative agenda, the same bill as last year. The clerks of court are also talking to AOC about tying their salaries to judicial increases through that process and going independent of the larger salary bill. I don't want to misrepresent the clerks of court, but that is a conversation that is happening for that particular set of officers. And that certainly is their right to approach legislation in that way. AOC seems receptive to working with them. So that's the general overview. I'm happy to answer questions about any of those items from CSA if you wish.
No, no, I figure we'll get a good recap later on. Just wanted to see how it went. I heard you did really well, Liz. Although if you're the only one, were you taking up all the time out there, or I'm just giving you trouble? Okay, thank you.
Time while I can. I don't know, someone, Craig said, hey, do you want to speak to this? And
right.
Of course I said, yes, get a jump start on it. So
well, I heard you did well.
Well, thanks. Appreciate that. Let's see. County Manager Jane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just moving on to the next item. I didn't have anything related to Eric.
Okay, super. All right, then thank you. Go ahead.
So just a reminder, our next board meeting is Tuesday, October 6th. We do not have a board meeting next week. So again, next meeting will be on the 6th at the normal start time at 10 o'clock. Our evening meeting in October is the 13th. Currently, for the 6th, we have slated a proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. As Eric just outlined, he will be giving a second half of the morning his CSA legislative update and the roundtable discussion with the materials that he'll be providing you next Thursday. We will come back in the afternoon for the county manager's evaluation at 1:15. Currently scheduled to go into a property executive session after that, and then COVID update and roundtable. Madam Chair, members of the board, I just remind you of the Census Town Hall tomorrow at 6:30. So Alex sent out some information this afternoon, including a press release. Those supervisors and staff that are participating, Eric and Alex and the team have asked to sign on at 5:45 tomorrow. Again, the town hall for the public is scheduled to start at 6:30. Madam Chair, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager Jane. Any questions for Jimmy? Okay, super. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to item number 36, and this is a roundtable for board members to be able to bring items forward. So we'll start with Supervisor Babbitt.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a whole ton. I am going to be, and I talked to Supervisor Parks on this, let's see, the end of last week. Regarding the renewable energy ordinance, are going to gather some of the larger landowners across the county, but a fair amount from District 1, and then some others who had those large ranches, just to help have a conversation so our staff understands the issues they're facing in terms of intergenerational viability of ranches, economic diversification, all those things. So we're trying to get a date. We have a date held. We'll see if that date stays, but that's something that hopefully going to kind of get a conversation going on with community development in the next couple of weeks. Other than that, I am busy and so don't have a lot more to report right now, other than I think, Eric, you'll be getting out, if you haven't already, the economic recovery NACOG EDC meeting, correct, to folks?
Yes, madam. Sorry about my background. Let me get that. There we go. Yes, so we'll get that out. And I know Lindsay has communicated asking which supervisors were attending as well to assistance. So
great. And so that's a piece. And I think there was one more other piece, but I think that's it for now, Madam Chair. If something comes up, I can shoot an email to the board.
Okay, thank you. Let's go with District 3, Supervisor Ryan. Anything you want to share?
Oopsie daisy. There we go. Got it. Okay, just quickly, first and foremost, helicopters are going to be flying on Bill Williams Mountain. We've been able to work with the Forest Service to have a COVID sensitive, mask required, limited number of people going to the tours. What we're doing is we're lining up the Board of Supervisors and the Williams City Council. And then note that we also have David Tenney coming up. So I never gave you a heads up on that, Art. That just came in this morning on that. But so it sounds like Jim and Art and I are slated to go. And we were asking about you, Liz, and Lena on that. And I don't know if you guys are ready to respond, but we want to try and line these tours up if you can as soon as possible otherwise.
Are these on the ground or are these like in flight tours?
These are on the ground where they would drive us up to the mountain and then we'll be close enough to really see the activity, them lifting, moving material, chipping material, explanation of the process, what we put together, but it will be on the ground. And we're going to tie somebody to just show how logs are picked up, tie them up, and they can sky rig off of a helicopter, just like the training site they were proposing over at the jail once upon a time. No, just kidding about that, except for that proposal.
Right. Okay. So super. So I'll work with I'll make sure that I'll work with Gregory on that. That may have fallen through the cracks, Matt, with Teresa being out. So I'll circle back up. I'll circle with him on that. Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, that'd be good.
Matt, I will be able to attend, and I thought we had,
Yeah, you probably did, Lena, and I probably forgot. I'm sorry. I'm always forgetting about you, but no, you're my favorite District 5 supervisor, by the way. Hey, so just quickly for District 3, that's the primary one that we've been trying to work on. First chance. We got shut down by weather last year, then spotted owl, then COVID. So this looks really good. You know, we will have to watch the weather associated with this, but all in all, things are looking good so far for it. Let's see, it looks like we're going to have a bigger and bigger hearing for planning and zoning on September 30th associated with the subdivision being proposed down in Kachina Village in the same location that we approved a subdivision, which still has standing. So just a heads up to everybody that there's interest that's gravitating towards that one, and there'll be a lot of people probably. With that, I'm all over the place, but I can't remember what I've been doing. So I'll cut my my report off right at this point. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of short things. I just wanted to comment on the fire that we had out at the end of Burris Lane a week or so ago. It was kind of a suspicious fire to begin with. It started one day, and then we thought we had it pretty well contained. The battalion chief stayed out there until 3 o'clock in the morning, and everything was cold and in good shape when he left. He left and went home to get a couple hours sleep. And by 6 o'clock the next morning, it had come up again, and it did consume a structure there, which was a shop that the resident was, he was a furniture maker, and he had quite a lot of cedar and oak wood around that building, and it caught fire again and it burned completely up. But we still need to patrol our homes and properties and try to make them fire wise. That's what the lesson that's learned. The fire was a bit suspicious because the second fire started in 3 different places, but it's entirely possible that it was not arson because I was there the night before. We did put out several smokes right around that, and I didn't do it. It was the fire department people, and one of the residents close by there put out several smokes that were right in the wood pile there. And so it's possible that it was not arson, although there was a suspect in that for an arson fire. Anyway, kind of moving on here, to comment on what Art was talking about a while ago with the renewable energy ordinance. It does have quite a bit of interest in the Farm Bureau community. We talked about it at the Farm Bureau meeting the other night after Art told me about what he was involved in there, and there is quite a bit of interest. But we're some positive, some negative. We are going to have a meeting with Art and several of the ranchers soon. Looks like it may be on the 5th, on Monday, but we're going to discuss it and get some ideas and some questions answered. Also, I have sent out the Turf Paradise racetrack proposal again individually to all of the board members, and I was kind of looking for some comments or to answer questions. If anybody has comments or questions, please get a hold of me and give me some feedback. I'd appreciate it. This will be going to the Parks and Rec Commission on the 1st of October to have them look at it and recommend it to come to the board or not. So, okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I just want to thank Eric for working with us on a number of projects, really just having to do with the census. It is that it ends in just a few days, September 30th, and we are really, there's all fronts, everyone. I know all of you are getting the message out, and that's really what we've been working on. Right now, we're doing more videos on service providers. That's who we're focused on. We have one that says, electricity needs funding, do your census. We had our county grader, Jimmy, that said roads need funding and do your census. We have police officer, firefighter, a lady that's doing her water. So we're doing different scenes. Now we're putting that, then we're going to put it all together as one video. So that's what we're working on. We did a video, Facebook Live again with Eric, and he was great. Everybody loves that video. So we continue to do so with all the efforts that we've been doing. Coconino County was stuck at 44 for the longest time, 44%. It's finally gone up to 45. So we went up 1%. Navajo Nation went up 1% also, so it's now at 20%. With all those numbers though, we're supposed to be at 100%. So we're gonna be leaving a lot of money on the table. And right when, people will always want services, they want their roads done, their water projects, they like to, anything that is the service-oriented employment, the service that is provided out there. The forest fire, we're talking about forests, we're talking about everything that has to do with the well-being of our public. Much of that comes from the federal government through the grants that will be written every time we talk about something, well, let's write a grant and let's see how we can get some more money. How do we do matching funds? Well, those grants usually are to federal government, and even if it's not to the federal government, to a nonprofit somewhere, it is all based on the census. So the census that is submitted to the president is going to be for the next 10 years. It's what we will be able to use. And so we are really trying to make sure that we get as close as possible to 100%. So anybody listening and anybody that you can contact, make sure that they're doing their census. I just found out over the weekend that my brother hadn't even done his census. So check with your family. I was really surprised because I'm talking census all the time. So anyway, that would be just my add-on. Encourage everyone to do their census again. And so anyway, that's what we're working on right now. And we have 2 videos with small little clips and then put them into one we're working on right now. So we'll be able to share it with everyone. Thank you so much, and do your census. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So I'll go and present a couple of items from the chair point of view. And so I want to thank both Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Fowler for joining me and others on the workforce development manager interviews. There were 2 people that were brought in for those interviews, and they were asked the Board of Supervisors to have input into that process. I was there for the first round of interviews, and now for the second round of interviews. And so that is still in process, but really appreciate being included in that. Also for the Workforce Development Board, there are going to be openings, or there are openings on the Workforce Development Board. And as we learned, the Workforce Development Board has particular seats that need to be filled with representation from certain businesses and government entities. And I know that there was a call out to board members to make recommendations or to help recruit for those board seats. And so I did get some recommendations to Eric and to Cindy Wilson. If you have anybody in mind, I would get that quickly over to Eric and Cindy. Send it to both of them. People in either corporate business or small, medium businesses would be super helpful. Keeping in mind, we want to make sure to have good representation in terms of the geographic diversity of Coconino County, ethnic diversity, gender diversity, etc. And so please help with that. I had a meet and greet with Arizona Public Service and their new vice president of, I'm going to say, like, external partnerships and relations. I'm not going to maybe external community affairs might be the better term for it. But Janet Dean makes a portion of this team that the vice president that I met with overseas. And I did encourage her name is Stacy Durston, to make the rounds with members of the Board of Supervisors to speak to, community needs and partnership with APS, and just in general to provide for board members to provide their perspective regarding APS and some of the efforts that they're involved with. Let's see. I had a meeting, oh, and then just from the chair point of view, I did represent the county in a number of meetings regarding the full funding of PILT and the reauthorization and funding of SRS. And NACO continues to work on that. I was able to do a meeting with Senator McSally and Representative Kirkpatrick. Also did a national press conference representing rural counties and the impact PILT and SRS has on rural America. And so was pleased to do that. Today, we did have a meeting with General McGuire to talk to him about our Aspen facility, our Tier 1 facility. And I can give you some, he provided some insights into that. And as soon as I've kind of processed that and get my notes together, I can share that with you. And then we had a meeting, well, the sheriff hosted a meeting and Supervisor Parks and I attended in the Donny Park, Timberland, Fernwood area regarding use of ATV use and just our residents in the areas have been concerned about the use of ATVs in the forests as well as on private property, and just the wanting to talk about people staying within boundaries of public lands and not utilizing private property, and just proper use of ATVs, lawful use of ATVs, and just being aware of the use of ATVs and some of the dangers that they pose if they're not used properly. And so the sheriff, it was quite a great turnout. A lot of people very interested in this subject. A lot of people certainly enjoy the recreational use of ATVs, and we want to support that. And at the same time, we want to make sure that they're being used within the proper boundaries of the forests and not on private property, and being used in a safe fashion within our public lands. So I'm sure there'll be future meetings on this, but the sheriff did say, we need to definitely educate folks on the use. I mean, sometimes we have some visitors that come and visit and they may not know the various land management boundaries. They may not think they're on private property when they really are, especially if it's not fenced and it's adjacent to public lands, forested lands. So we certainly want to educate folks, and at the same time, if people are not falling in line with the education and there's unlawful use, then the sheriff did say that tickets will be written. And so I think that brought some comfort to residents. At the same time, it's something that is an ongoing issue that people have been experiencing quite a bit recently. And so there was certainly some very passionate call to action to try to address the issues immediately. I think that is it for now. Just again about the, don't forget the census town hall. If you're joining us for that, us meaning those who have been confirmed so far, then make sure you let Eric know. The entire board, I believe, were noticed for that, Eric, correct?
Yeah, we are noticed for the session. Yes, ma'am. And so I'll connect with Mr. Parks after the meeting here.
Okay, so yep, great.
Just one quick thing on that for everyone, you'll be getting the script, your Zoom information for US speakers, as well from me tonight for that info. So that'll be in your email.
Okay, so far we have 4 board members confirmed.
We have 3. Mr. Parks is who I'm connecting with to confirm. So.
Okay, super, great. Well, thank you.
Yep.
That's wonderful news. Is there anything else that anybody wishes to bring forward? Okay, great. Then we will adjourn this meeting at 4:24 p.m.